Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. Aisha Buhari was there. She came back from what they call the Lesser Hajj. She was wearing black. She was mourning. If you look at the pictures that were circulated at that point in time, you will see the smug, or should I say, the forlorn faces of northern governors. A minute silence.
Okay now.
Moria Babika ya Ramadan dugbenu lo ma gbe bi asiko amatan Olúwa dákun jọ̀ọ́ gbẹ̀bẹ̀ mi benefit mo fẹ́ jẹ mi ò fẹ́ jẹ̀bi ẹni tó wà nǹkan àwẹ̀ kó má rí mi ní kọ́nà bíbẹ̀ kọ́ agba lamba bí Olúwa bọ́nà Barika ya Rasulullah makimi pàdé lọ kí Jumat bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run takula la ilaha illallah Barika ya Rasulullah makimi lọ kí Jumat bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run takula la ilaha illallah àwẹ̀ tán ojú tajọ̀sán Ọlọ́run ló mọye ládá 30 bag nothing should tamper with my ego èmi mo lẹ̀sìn mi sẹ́ mo lè fi brag ẹgbẹ́ Ọlọ́run tóbi Allahu Akbar ẹ̀yọ̀ ń bá nábì sallallahu alaihi wasallam Olúwa ló ń ṣọ́ wa àwa ò ní ìdí ajá tí Fọlárìn bá mú bí ìtàyà bí ti ajá torí ìdí gan lébè wọ́n fẹ́yìn bí ìjì àwa fùrọ̀ tí ò bá ti tóbi tó fùrọ̀ ìfánà kò lè fíríkì àwa kò dẹ̀ lè fi ìtì àwa Tinúkẹ́ ń tó pitì ó ń gbé màlúmi tìwotìwo ló dìndín irú àyẹn níbo ló ti rí.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Miadi Peter Nana Chukwudi of Abga, 61,166.
Thank you.
You have to be fast. Of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
We say we love you, Tinubu. We love you,
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Apologies for the, well, I'm not even apologizing. The late start is the late start. You eat what you grow. We just take it as we find it. There was all of the chances that I wouldn't do it, but I just decided just to do it. So we do just a short little session just to fulfill the righteousness of it, especially to document the Natasha Akpoti narrative. So we do that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just at my invitation to do so. Click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, please do that. Like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you into the studio. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. So we're dealing with the Natasha Akpoti matter predominantly. Other matters as well. If a panel turns up, we have a conversation. You know how it goes. It's always in the lap of the gods. Always in the laps of the gods. So always in the laps of the gods. So let's just get started, shall we? So rather than a readout, we'll take it from the horse's mouth. As Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan, whatever her name is, Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan, as she attempts to storm the parliament. Only good to see you, Top Thoughts. Good to see you, Chioma. Say hello as you're coming in so I can acknowledge your presence. So as Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan, or whatever her name is, the Ukrainian siren, the femme fatale of the Nigerian political landscape, as she attempts to storm the Nigerian parliament with an army of content creators, and then she, of course, got short shrift. So that was the drama that played out today. I think she's more in it for the drama than anything else. Let me actually start it from here. I was going to start it with Natasha, but let me actually start you with in a back to front sort of a way. Let me start you with the response to what actually went down today. The parliament not especially impressed, nor they were not moved, but they were not especially impressed.
The senator on suspension.
And by the way, the conduct of Natasha, the conduct of Natasha is testament to the reasons why she was suspended in the first instance. She's there for the glitz and glamour rather than anything else. She's there for attention. Do you remember how she flared up because they told her to sit where cameras would not pick her up? So you can tell already that she's there more for the razzmatazz than anything else, to dress up in glamour and then be some sort of a celebrity. I don't quite know what she's doing in the parliament, but she's doing all manners other than parliamentarian work. And the parliament has had enough, as our Senator Okoyemi tells us here.
Senator on suspension. Look, my brother Hashem, and I want to tell Nigerians, we have said what we are supposed to say about the issue of Senator Natasha, who's our colleague. And we are not even interested in entertaining any kind of fancy about it anymore. And I just want to reiterate that the Senate, the National Assembly at large, has very, very onerous roles to play and a lot to do. We are legislators, we are lawmakers. We are not spectators to be watching skit making and content creation. So initially I said that all this episode, all this saga, is all about content creation. And then the content has been created and is now maybe degenerating into season film. We are not interested, we are not actors. We are lawmakers. And we are not interested in all these kind of things.
As the Senate.
And mark you, my brother, even when any litigant goes to court and gets any judgment, either that person feels that this is judgment, this is another, when that is not another. That litigant does not even enforce orders by himself or herself. There are court bailiffs who will serve orders on those ones that others are supposed to be served on as prescribed by the court. And then why, if those people that others were served on do not take to the others, then those ones can be accused of contempt of court, and then they will be charged to court accordingly. So I hope and I think and I know that Nigerians know that this is another skit making. This is another content. This is just the continuation of the content creation episode of our own colleague. But like I said, we are not interested in joining issues with it.
But let's get
Senate,
clarity.
The Senate has already done what it's supposed to do constitutionally, and which the court upheld, that the Senate, according to Section 60 of the Nigerian Constitution, and then the order and the rules book of the Senate. So the Senate has done what it's supposed to do. And then we have already issued statements. And I want Nigerians to know that we are not even interested.
Because we have a lot
of things to do.
We have a lot of issues nationally.
Like you said, we are talking about consumer amendment. We are talking about electoral reforms. We are talking about so many things.
Senator.
And we have just barely, even less than 2 years to an election, 2027, maybe around February or March 2027. Another election will be coming up. Presidential election,
Senator.
National Assembly, governorship, and then the state houses of assembly. So we have a lot to do. We are not bothered about
Has
all
the
this kind of things
Senate
anymore.
received the court judgment?
You say.
So there it is right there. You can see the visible irritation both in tone and gesture. You can see the irritation because that's Senator Okoyemi. Oh, I think it's a top four. Is that the Senate leader even? Senator Okoyemi? Please correct me in the comment section if I got that wrong. But that's a senior member of the Senate, and you can see that they've just about had enough now. Just for the purposes of clarity, the court did not mandate the Senate to reinstate the Natasha. The court did not mandate the Senate to reinstate Natasha, but the court did recommend that the Senate review their position. So there was no mandating court judgment. So quite why she's storming the parliament today, that is why they're derisively dismissing it as content creation. So that was the response of the parliament, the Senate, to Natasha's activities today, and this was what's played out today. So here is Natasha with an army of content creators attempting to storm the Nigerian Senate?
It's not about beating the first and second gates and barricade. It's about me and a duly elected senator walking into the chambers to resume my constituted duties as I was elected and mandated.
All right. So why would you be walking into the Senate chambers to resume your duties, to resume your mandate when the Senate they put you on a 6-month suspension? You are 4 months into it, and nothing has changed. The Senate has not reversed that position, and the court has not mandated them to take a different position. So, on what basis is she storming the parliament? That's the question. On what basis did what transpire today transpire?
By the good people of Kogi Central and INEC. And it's unfortunate that we got in today, which is the 22nd of July, 2025, having duly notified the Senate through 2 letters that I would be resuming functions today. As a matter of fact, I'm disappointed on 2 grounds. One is the number of armed policemen that we met outside.
What disappoints me more is that those armed policemen did not shoot them. They should have shot them, because what is doing essentially is assembling an army of people to storm the Nigerian parliament, and that is an act of insurrection. What they are doing right there is high treason. It's a treasonable act, and the authorities can legitimately shoot them on sight, and which they probably should have done, because it's an act of insurrection. They suspend you from the parliament, you are persona non grata from the place, and then you assemble an army of people to try and break down the gates. They should have shot them.
All well kitted with guns, charged at a female senator who is unarmed with her people here, patriotic Nigerians. And the second thing is
patriotic Nigerians or hooligans. There's a particular girl on Twitter. She wears this ridiculous red scarf. She was part of the accoutrement, ably assisted, of course, by Aisha Yesufu. They say sin is ugly, but I wonder what's uglier that Aisha Yesufu was sin. Uglier than sin, most of them are the ensemble that she gathered.
The fact that the Senate, under the leadership of Godswill Akpabio, have decided to become lawbreakers, and by denying me entry.
So how exactly? Okay, let's listen on, because I want to see how she justifies calling them lawbreakers. So which law is being broken? So you have been suspended. The suspension was public and publicly notified to you personally as well. They've asked you to attend the disciplinary committee. You refused to attend it. The suspension still subsists. And then you, in spite of that suspension, you assemble a crew of people to try and launch at the parliament. So who is the lawbreaker? So which law is being broken? That's the question.
Patriotic Nigerians. And the second thing is the fact that the Senate, under the leadership of Godswill Akpabio, have decided to become lawbreakers, and by denying me entrance into the chambers to resume my duty. There's been some conversations in the media by his own team trying to twist the narrative that the judge did not order my reinstatement, and I'd like to clarify that. You see, pursuant to Section 318 of the 1999 Constitution, it is very clear that decisions of a court comes in 5 ways. It could be a judicial decree, it could be a sentence, it could be an order, it could be a conviction, and it could be a recommendation. So an order is just one of the 5 decisions that a judge can pronounce over any case. And mine tilts towards a recommendation. Now, you would think that a recommendation is a...
Oh, right. So there it is right there. So it's a matter of semantics now. So she's not gone from her territory into mine, which is language. So a recommendation is an advisory. It's not a compulsion. There is nothing in the word or the intent of recommendation that compels. There is no compulsion in recommendation. Even the most rudimentary understanding of language understands that. So she stated it. They could have given an order, they could have given XYZ. They had all of those tools, but the tool that best served the intention of the judge was to make a recommendation, because she did not feel, but this is Binta Nyako, the justice, she did not feel that there was sufficient enough, or she was even empowered enough to compel the parliament. So rather than compel them, which was out of her reach, she recommended a reversal of their decision. So that is a recommendation. So a recommendation does not compel. It doesn't. So a recommendation does not compel, but a recommendation leans towards you to have a second thought. So you have a second thought, or to consider. It's not even to have a second thought, but in this instance, it's to have a second thought. But a recommendation is really inviting you to consider. So to give consideration to, rather than mandating you to, by compulsion, act on something. So it's all about language. Maybe, but I don't know quite. Maybe it's the same law school that Dino Milaye went to, that she went to too.
Be a recommendation. So an order is just one of the 5 decisions that a judge can pronounce over any case. And mine tilts towards a recommendation. Now, you would think that a recommendation is a voluntary. That means the Senate has either they comply or they have the right not to comply. But I'd like to clarify that. Again, if you go further to the to section 287, subsection 3 of the 1999 Constitution, again, it actually specifies in clear terms that decisions, that's any of these 5 decisions of any of the possible on every authority. So what that means in simple terms, whether they mention that the Justice Binta Nyako of the Federal High Court made an order or made a sentence or made a judicial decree or a recommendation, whatever, however they want to interpret the literal words, interpretation of the words, it is still a decision of a court and it is still binding on the National Assembly. The second
yeah, but what is the decision that was made that binds? That's the question. What's the decision that was made that binds? The decision that was made was to give consideration to letting her back. So not an order to let her back, but to give consideration to let her back. So they gave consideration and they said no. So they've abided by the court order to give consideration. They gave consideration and still reverted back to positions previously held. So I mean, it's all language. There's no complexity to any of this. Maybe, and like I said, maybe she went to the same law learning as Dino Milaye.
Issue that have seen withering around the media is that the Senate appealed the judgment, and I mentioned it. I'm saying it clearly. Hamza, can you please give me? Where's Hamza? Let me have that page, please. Let me have the appeal. Let me show them the appeal. Now, this is the appeal that was initiated last week against Justice Binta Nyako's judgment. It is clear that it is not the National Assembly, neither it is the Senate. It's Akpabio himself. Read it. The president of the Senate. He is the only appellant.
Yes, but it's a bit like saying Tinubu did something. Tinubu is the embodiment of the Nigerian state. So Tinubu does it, especially acting in capacity of, then the Nigerian state does it. So Tinubu does it, the Nigerian state does it. Akpabio initiates or or arrowheads, whatever appeal is going on, then essentially, to all intents and purposes, the appeal is the Nigerian Senate. So I'm not quite sure. It's just a feeble little attempt at being clever with words that this girl is trying to do.
The National Assembly has not appealed that judgment. The Senate has not appealed the judgment. The Committee on Ethics has not, that suspended me wrongly, has not appealed the judgment. As a matter of fact, Senator Akpabio joined the clerk of the National Assembly, the entire Senate, and the chairman Committee on Ethics as joint respondents to the case. That means Akpabio has taken the National Assembly and the Senate and the clerk and the committee to court as well. Do you understand? That must be clarified. So there is no reason whatsoever, contrary to the publications I read yesterday, that I should not resume today because the Senate has appealed my suspension. Senate did not. No, what I appealed, there's the contempt, and that is separate. The judgment came in two parts. One was to address the contempt, which is based on the satirical letter, which I made, or the satirical apology letter, which I made on Facebook, which the judge thought it wise in her own stride that amounts to contempt. But I'm saying clearly that does not amount to contempt of her court, because before Justice Binta Nyako was not the matter of sexual harassment or the matter of suspension. And what I would say clearly, hold on, what I would say clearly here is me appealing the contempt does not in any way invalidate the decision of the court that mentions me resuming. And I'll say this again, in as much as
it mentioned, you see, that's another sleight of hand with words as well. So the judgment mentions you resuming, but the judgment did not compel that you should resume or it made a recommendation to the Senate. So we must be fixated and stuck on that word, because that is the operative term that defines everything. The court did not make an order for her to resume. So what was she doing there? Just to cause a kerfuffle and make all these grand, because she's been out of the newspaper for too long, and she's such a virulous, insatiable attention seeker. She needed another little splash, just to go back in the news cycle. So essentially, attention seeking and content creating, as Senator Adara Modu said earlier.
The judgment, Justice Binta Nyako's judgment, was the most watery of all the suspension judgments we've had, taking into consideration Senator Aline Dume's and Senator Omar Gege's suspension. But there is one particular portion of her decision which I want us to hinge upon, where she mentioned that my suspension is actually excessive, and that me being suspended for 6 months actually will prevent my ability to carry out my constitutional functions as stipulated in Section 63 of the 1990 Constitution. Now, what does Section 63 of the 1999 Constitution means? That every senator in this and every parliamentarian is to attend a sitting not less than 181 days per year to carry out my constituted functions. And what are the constitutional functions of a senator? One, legislative, which I'll do in there. Second is oversight of the executive. And third is representative of my people. So that means what Justice Binta Nyako told the National Assembly is that not only is my judgment excessive, but it will also deprive me of carrying out my constituted of which I was elected according to the Nigerian Constitution. That is Section 63. So that means my suspension is illegal. If you look at that, because anything that contravenes the Nigerian Constitution is illegal, and the National Assembly cannot be greater than the Constitution. They're now coming down again based on the appeal. Akpabio himself cannot be greater than the courts, cannot be greater than the Constitution. And I want Nigerians to know that the office of the Senate President, Akpabio himself, does not give me my legitimacy as a senator. The fact that he has gone on appeal himself does not invalidate the decision of Justice Binta Nyako and does not stop me from being a senator. I got my legitimacy as a senator today from the people of Kogi Central, who voted me at the February 2023 election.
So that's a straw man narrative right there. That's a straw man narrative. the Senate or Akpabio, nobody is delegitimizing her status as a senator. She's not been on senator. She's still a senator, but she's suspended from parliamentary activities for reasons of unruly behavior in the red chamber. So I'm not quite sure why she's saying that her legitimacy as a senator does not hinge on Akpabio. Akpabio does not suggest that the events on ground, the issue on ground, as we say in Nigeria, it does not even imply that she is a senator. There was never a time that she was not a senator, but she's suspended from parliament, which is quite a specific thing. So I'm not quite sure. So it's just you know in Yoruba land we say entobagbe adiye otoshi ogbe talaroka. This is a adiye otoshi narrative, just arrant nonsense.
So me being the well. The most important thing is I am proving to the good people of Kogi Central and Nigerians at large, especially the women who have continuously written to me that they have the right courage in my actions so far. Now, the fact that I've been denied entrance is a statement being made. Our narratives are being shaped, history is being formed and shaped, and policies, again, all of this work together through intentional actions like we have done today. It's on record that the National Assembly under Akpabio has decided to be in contempt of the court's decisions. And it's quite ironic because they are actually lawmakers. So that puts to question how far as democracy in this day and age. So, however, if we decide to turn our backs and go home, we are not ignorant of the fact that the National Assembly is most likely going to go into recess tomorrow for 2 months, and they will resume pretty much in the last week of September. And like you rightly said, that means they would have pretty much served the earlier 6 months suspension. I'm saying that because as at now, I'm no more suspended. And there's something very important I would like to say. Even the suspension ab initio was fraudulent because the document that recommended my suspension was not attested to by senators, the members of the committee. It was just an attendance sheet that was photocopied as their signatures. And if we are to go through that, that means ab initio from the onset, the suspension is wrong because the documents, the recommendations itself was faulty. So that's having mentioned that. Going forward, I'm going to have a meeting with my legal team, and then most likely they will have to probably proceed to the appellate court to seek interpretations of what has just happened. For abiding citizens, everyone here who has accompanied me, you can see no one is unruly, even though some have vehemently decided to express their dissatisfaction with the system.
You know, your very presence there is unruly. I don't think this babe, I don't think she gets it at all. Her very presence in that space is unruly because it's the same thing they suspended her for, coming to the parliament, using it as a backdrop for showing off and wanting to be funky and cool with the internet space. The same reasons why she was suspended is still what is playing out now. Conduct on becoming of. This is it. So the standing up and shouting and acting like a market woman in the red chambers is conduct on becoming of, and they are storming the with the parliament with the posse of ne'er-do-wells like Aisha Yesufu, etc., etc. That is conduct on becoming of a parliamentarian. So all of the reasons why she was suspended is justified still in this action that she's carrying out now.
I am a law-abiding citizen, and it is very important I do mention, and Nigerians should know that even though we do have 2 federal government criminal cases against me, they are on criminal defamation simply because I spoke up the threat to life. And everybody has a right to speak up on their threat to life. And Nigerians should know that I am not facing charges of corruption. I'm not facing charges of embezzlement. I'm not facing charges of drug abuse, and neither am I facing charges of murder. And it's ironic that the people who are actually testifying as witnesses in the two federal government cases have cases at EFCC, have files at EFCC on record that they have actually embezzled state funds running into billions. So it's really, let me say this, it's very important I do mention the flip of our judicial system, the flip of how institutions being utilized to oppress people who are innocent. If this is a country that if Nigeria works, if our institutions are truly independent and strengthened, then there's no reason why some of these fellows who sit there as senators should even be in the Senate in the first place. They should actually be behind bars, and I'm saying that. And I do pray and hope that it is by my actions today and by voices of Nigerians all around, whether in the country or in diaspora, that we speak up and ensure that this injustice that is being meted against me, this persecution meted against me will not stand, so that their daughters will not suffer, so that their wives will not suffer simply because they spoke up against sexual harassment. And I'm sorry I have to mention this, because you see, people have wondered, Natasha, how come there's so much hate? How come you were suspended for 6 months? Just the day after you tendered your petition on sexual harassment, you were suspended. And then there was the fraudulent recall. We all saw how we survived a recall. And then there's been a whole lot of attacks.
Yeah, so that's a lie right there. She was not suspended the day after she submitted her petition for sexual harassment. She was suspended before she submitted that petition, and then she submitted that petition as an afterthought. Even Senator Nwaboye, he was parading that particular narrative at the very heart of that particular incident. So she was suspended, and then after she was suspended, she lodged the complaint about sexual harassment. So it's not the other way around. So the complaint of sexual harassment superseded, not preceded the suspension. That was why the Senate considered it an afterthought. She was suspended, and then suddenly, magically, she came up with the narrative of sexual harassment. So it's not recent history. So it's even an unnecessary lie. It's the sort of lies that people will tell, unnecessary lies.
They were suspended. And then there was the fraudulent recall. We all saw how we survived a recall. And then there's been a whole lot of attacks against me, which by the grace of God I've survived. And whenever people ask me, Natasha, why is there so much hate from the Senate president against you? Why is that the institutions have turned against you, even though by and large, you are pretty much one of the fairest senators or politicians in Nigeria? And I tell them, this is just an iceberg of what I have had to suffer and endure in the Senate under Akpabio's leadership for the last 1 year. Many of you thought that my speech on that floor, when I told him I was not afraid of him, and I did mention, I said, if you make me speak to the need.
This same Akpabio that has been punishing her since she joined the Senate, this same Akpabio made her chairperson of one of the of two of the most important Senate committees going. You know, it's just highly important committees. They made this lady the chairperson of, which is unheard of for a greenhorn sort of senator. So that is the sort of suffering that was vested upon her by this evil man called Akpabio.
Media on what I have had to endure in your hands, you know, it will go pretty. And that's to let Nigerians know that that outburst I had on the floor was just a compilation of so many wrongs that Akpabio has meted against me. And I will say this, pretty much it's a shame that we have had so many good Senate presidents. We've had Chuba Akpadibo of blessed memory. We've had Senator David Mark. We've had Bukola Saraki. We've even had Ahmed Lawal, who is a senator right now. And I'd say this pretty much is the worst assembly Nigeria has ever had. And I hope we will not have to suffer.
And there it is right there. Ahmed Lawal. I was waiting to see if you mentioned him. Ahmed Lawan is one of the good Senate presidents. You don't know Ahmed Lawan, the one that was signing off the looting of Nigeria to Buhari. That was one of the best Senate presidents, according to your Ukraine. Ukrainian babe right there.
Offer this anymore because it tells a lot on the individual. And I've said this before and I'm saying it again. The Senate President Gospel Akpabio, as if it's the third-term governor of Akwa Ibom. Many senators are afraid. You've all seen what happened. You are not allowed to speak. When you try to speak or air your views on certain issues that are critical, you get shut down if it does not conform with what he wants. So far, I've not been given any official reason. I've only read on the papers yesterday that
she doesn't have to be given an official reason because the reasons why she's not allowed in there still subsist. The reasons why she's not allowed in there, or the reason why she's not allowed in there, is because she's suspended. Do you understand? They suspend you from office and then you turn up, then they won't let you in. I mean, it's just that there is nothing more, there's nothing else that needed to be added. What reasons should they be given her for turning up under suspension to enter the building? They simply shut the door and tell the security to shoot her if she gets too funky. That's all.
That I should not resume today because the Senate has appealed. And that is why I presented to you that the Senate has not appealed the judgment. It is Akpabio himself. He is abusing power by willing the entire institutions to fight me. It's a personal vendetta that Akpabio is unleashing. Wrong, because you can't have his own senatorial district deprive the Kogi Central of representation. There is just no reason why these gates should not be open. But by and large, considering the fact that the Senate is vacating tomorrow, whenever they deem it fit to resume, we would resume as well. So what matters most is all the pressures and all the calls of me apologizing for no wrong that I did. I have refused to do that. So if it means staying the entire 6 months for an unjust suspension, which I'm saying, repeating again, has been quashed by the courts, so be it. I have pretty much been busy with my constituents on the brighter side. You've all seen, we've been carrying out a lot of projects in the past few months. And that is true to my nature because I am a technocrat. I'm a lawyer. I'm an oil and gas expert. My formative year in my career were in the oil and gas industry. So I got into politics because I wanted to create a different mark for other people like me who wants to venture into politics. I also got into politics because I want to intentionally raise the standard of leadership. It's enough for us in Africa.
So this is an elevated form of leadership that we are seeing from Natasha Akpoti right there, going into the parliament and shouting like a street hawker is the elevation. That is the standard that she wants to set. So that's Natasha Akpoti, of course. The one thing I will give her is she's a good orator. She has the power. She knows how to craft language very well. So that I will give her. But outside of that, maybe we send her back to the Ukraine. Maybe we should just deport her. Still stay with the Natasha Akpoti narrative from the good to the bad. They say the good, the bad, and the ugly. They say the good, the bad, and the ugly, and they say they say sin is ugly, isn't it? But is this person ugly? I wanted to use a metaphor, but it's stuck in my brain. Let me just play you this now next clip. I titled it "Uglier Than Sin," and I'm titling it. I titled it "Uglier Than Sin," not so much because of the content, but because of the main protagonist. Uglier than sin. Watch this.
One of them is the one going through this persecution. Gentlemen, gentlemen, you're standing here. You're stopping someone from going in. You call yourself Nigerians. You can see their faces. There is shame on your faces because you know indeed.
So sorry, I'll play it again, but it was quite unfortunate that Aisha Yesufu is standing next to Natasha Akpoti. It's one of those narratives of this was what I ordered and this was what I got. So it's pretty much this was what I ordered and this was what I got.
One of them is the one going through this persecution. Gentlemen, Gentlemen, you're standing here. You're stopping someone from going in.
So what are people doing here?
You call yourself Nigerians.
You can see their faces.
There is shame on your faces because you know indeed that you're doing the wrong thing. But you stand here and you say they gave you orders. Even if they give orders as slaves, you claim that indeed they are citizens when you yourself have not shown that you're citizens. You stand here, you're blocking a senator, a serving senator who is on our way in. The person who will make laws for your choice to matter the way the choice. You are behaving in a very unconstitutional manner because the National Assembly is supposed to be for everybody. And you know that. So you have said that here, you are not saying anything. Your people have come and left, you are not saying anything. You are afraid to speak. You stand here, you say you are a citizen, and you block the people who want to go in. Sir, look into your life and ask yourself, at this age, is this what you want to do? At this age, is this what you want to be? At this age, is this the Nigeria you want to see? Is this why you go home every day and say to your children that indeed you are building a Nigeria? You are destroying Nigeria. You are destroying the future of your children. And one day you'll be on the streets, you know, as a retired person, begging the state, begging people to come out to protest for you. Yesterday, where are the Nigerian police? The shameless Nigerian police that is always a winning tool of oppression. Yesterday, citizens were protesting on their behalf, and as shameless as ever, they came out to stop them. And you stand here, you're proud of yourself, you're stopping, and you're afraid to even say who is it that sent you. We respect the...
And there it is right there. I'm sorry about that. That will probably leave a mental scar on your mind. I'm certainly deplored for having watched that. That was just that was ugly in all ways. Even the effect. I'm not quite sure what accent she was especially trying to put on there, but the whole thing is a nonsense, as is explained here by Ruben Abati. What base?
Akpoti Udwaga has threatened that she's going to show up at the Senate tomorrow. Now, Senator Yemi Adaramodu has said that no, she's not welcome. And this is aimed on the rule of law, on the ruling on July 4 by Justice Binta Nyako. Justice Binta Nyako, when she gave her ruling, all of us are saying we need to see the CTC. We need to see the certified true copy. The certified true copy has been in circulation for over a week now. Now, I read it. Now, and I made the point here that there are two parts to a ruling by a judge. There is the opinion part where, you know, the judge or the justice can act like a newspaper columnist or, you know, a television commentator and express an opinion. It's called obiter. There is a ratio, which is the main substance of the ruling. Now, in the obiter, if you read that CTC, in fact, Justice Binta Nyako even said, in my opinion, it's stated there. And she says in her opinion, she does not think that a senator should be suspended for 180 days. Because how many days does the Senate itself sit? That means you deny the constituents the opportunity of the person they have elected from representing them. And she says that the Senate should take another look at its own orders and regulations to prevent this kind of situation. It's an opinion. The obiter, ratio, she found Senator Akpoti Udwaga guilty. And that was why she said she should place adverts in newspapers, she should pay a fine for contempt of court. I've also made a point here about contempt, an educated point, an enlightened point. That look, when you have contempt, whether it's contempt as fascikuria or contempt in the face of the court, there is a complainant that is involved there that suffers certain damages. But what is important, however, let's not be pedantic, is that you have to respect what the court has said. The question is, as Senator Natasha Akpoti Udwaga, has she obeyed the ruling of the court? She cannot on her own vary the ruling of the court and say she is going to the National Assembly. That will amount to self-help. That will amount to she overruling the Court of Justice Binta Nyako. In fact, that will be further jeopardy, doubling the jeopardy of contempt, especially Korea. If she's in any doubt about the ruling, well, she has gone on appeal, or we are told that there are appeals. It is the court that will interpret. We should not encourage any lawmaker to resort to self-help. We should all operate within the ambit of the rule of the law. This is not about emotions. This is very straightforward, commonsensical analysis of the process.
So there it is right there. Even died in the whole obedient space like Arise TV, even they can't back the level of illegality that was perpetrated by the Ukrainian today. So there it is, Natasha Akpoti. Here is the right to. I'll play you a couple more clips on the Natasha space, and then we'll move on. Here is Akpabio speaking to matters that happened today.
Fake reports in the social media. I've always said that the social media is garbage in, garbage out. So I hope that the way the Africans will use social media will not break the society. That's my only hope. Because you will see where even the appointments will be made, they will go and fake letter-headed paper and write that the person has rejected the appointment, and then they will now rush to people they know and to go and lobby for that same appointment when the person in question does not even know that he has rejected the appointment. So this is the problem we are having with the social media. And then unfortunately, some people revel in it. They relish in social media. Any small thing, they go to social media. So I do know that the Senate, it's important the public knows that the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has not even concluded the processes of getting a final report for deliberation on constitutional amendment. And therefore, no single state, proposed or otherwise, has been created. And even if that were to be the case, it will involve all the houses or assemblies in the country. And we must get their 2/3 concurrence before anything can come back to us. And the two chambers, our House of Reps and the Senate, must also be involved. So I've seen some communities holding meetings on how they are going to develop their new states. And because the social media said states have been created for them. I think they said, how many states they said they created? 12 new states. So unfortunately, not one has even there are proposals for state creation, well over 42 or so, but not one has reached a stage where we can even say we have finished zonal deliberations or even finished national deliberation and then transmitted to state houses of assembly and then brought back to the National Assembly for deliberations and thereafter go into various the processes of making amendments or alterations to the Nigerian Constitution are very laborious and very stringent. So please, the public should be aware, as raised by Senator Nengi, that no state has been created by this August Assembly. And every report to that effect in the social media is fake. I hope people are educated with this.
All right, that was Godfrey Akpabio speaking to a different matter, but we're still staying very much with the Natasha Akpoti saga that played out today. So, what did Nigerians actually make of what transpired today, yesterday? So, let's take a pit stop, a sample opinion of what Nigerians made of everything that went down.
Okay, now, Shebi were saying it this morning. Oh, Natasha will be on her way to this thing. That she will be on her way to Senate with activists. Hacktivists. Okay, now. Shebi were saying it this morning. Oh, Natasha will be on her way to this thing. That she will be on her way to Senate with activists. Hacktivists. They were going to hack the gates of Senate. But unfortunately for them, see, things that cannot happen, cannot happen. How do you How do you, for any reason, think that you will say that you want to go and open the Senate? You will march through the Senate by yourself. How can that happen? Well, Chebi, I talked this morning. Aisha Yesufu stood there and could not talk. I was looking at them. How does somebody just walk to Senate and say you want to open? You don't know the law. Unfortunately for Natasha, you have been outside the system for so long, fighting the system, fighting anyone who offended you and getting away with it. But you got the chance to be in the system, but you did not appreciate that the laws that work in the outside the system is not the same that work inside. They are not. They are not. See, you know, hear that one. It is your character that will show who you are. You see, there are some few wise, crooked people. Some few of them. If it is what they call it, if they are carrying drugs, they are drug baron, and then they make money. Before they even start living large, they quickly change their lifestyle. They no longer go on their journeys again when eyes are on them. But there are those who the thing they were doing before they made it, they continue. And that is when they will catch them. That is Natasha's own. The same character, the same rudeness, the same pride, the same lawlessness, the same ingratitude. You won't understand that somebody will help you 4 times, 5 times, will have raised you and done so much for you, and then you ask for one thing and he says no. Natasha will scatter everything. Yes, that same attitude, you brought it inside. That court case that gave you the victory, the same people that helped you, that's the funny part, the same people that helped you in court, so to say, sorry, you allegedly, to get that mandate from the person that won it, because you know it was through court you got it. And people were rejoicing that you got it rightly. Those same people that helped you, even the very person that was the key person that all of them came together to help you to oust this thing because they are in position. They are the ones who are poking their noses and everything. They are going to jump over I thought you would jump over the fence when you go to Senate. You don't know law. Hey, if you know what they call Ijoba government, you will fear. You now want to enter and stroll in. You don't respect that place enough to belong there. Sorry, Natasha, you do not respect that place enough to belong there. Got a chance to be in the Senate. You were not in the House of Assembly before. You were not in the House of Rep before. You were not in anything politically before. From nothing, you jumped and entered the Senate. And you messed it up. Sorry.
So there it is. There it is right there. That's the verdict from Nigerians. So that's the verdict from Nigerians. If you want to share your thoughts on that, then you can hop on the link in the comment section. So we leave Natasha, but we don't stray too far because, of course, we will have to make our traditional pit stop with Peter Obi. So what is going on in the life and space of Peter Obi today? So let's touch base with Peter Obi for a microsecond.
Subsidy is organized crime. Subsidy is organized crime. I will not allow any form of criminality as president of Nigeria. The amount of fuel they say we consume cannot be consumed by this country. There's an empirical evidence. We are about the same size as Pakistan. We are about 210, 220. Pakistan is about the same size. They have more roads. We probably have same number of vehicles, or they have even more. Yet, their fuel consumption is a third of ours. So who is drinking the balance?
So that's Peter Obi right there telling us that he will remove subsidy, but now telling us that he would not. So that's Peter Obi right there. After the February or March, whenever the election takes place, 2027, this guy will be banished. We will banish him to Oka, never to leave that place anymore, and then we'll cordon him in there, quarantine him in Oka, and never allow him to leave that space. But we'll cordon him in Oka, never allow him to leave that place. But we're going to retain his wife in Yoruba land, because his wife belongs in Yoruba land. She's not a Yoruba woman. No, she's an Igbo woman, like he is an Igbo man. But we'll be retaining his wife in Yoruba land. And the next clip that I'm going to play you now will explain why we are going to be retaining his wife in Yoruba land. And by the way, before I play you that clip, did you know that the lady was underage when Obi, I think it was just under 16 thereabout. He would have been in his mid late 30s when he married this lady. But here is Peter Obi's wife explaining all the reasons then that we will banish him, that when we banish Peter Obi to Oka, we will retain her in Yoruba land. So we retain her for these reasons. Watch this. And there it is right there. The lady boogieing down right there. That's Peter Obi's wife. And as you know, the law in Nigeria compels that every pretty Igbo woman should be retained in Yoruba land. It's the law. The constitution mandates it. The constitution mandates it, but we're still staying within we're still staying and that's why the Yoruba land wants to claim people like Zita and Choma, etc. And Bia, of course, who we've not seen for a while now. So we're still staying within Anambra State, and we're going now to the State House, where the sitting governor, a professor, no doubt, is using voodoo and animal sacrifice to try and retain his seat. So I kid you not, the sitting governor of Anambra State, Charles Soludo, is using voodoo and animal sacrifice to try and retain his seat. Watch this.
Dozie Anambra platform eji edozi Anambra bụ ebe esere gịnị ọkụkọ nke a bụ gịnị.
So there it is right there. And that's Charles Soludo then on his way to a shaman on Babalawo or the other to sacrifice a chicken for his re-election. So unbelievable stuff. So unbelievable stuff. Let me play you this. This is going to this might traumatize you somewhat. This now next clip. So parental advisory for this one, parental or psychological advisory. This might well impact you psychologically in a way that you might never be able to recover from. What they
have in this country who refuse to stand for in this country who refuse to stand for justice and truth, who stand for injustice, who allow themselves to be willing tool of oppression. Sir, you are one of the problems, and you're one of the problems, and you must take responsibility. You stop a serving senator from going in because a man like you, whom you
please, dear God, roll on February 2027 quickly, so we would never ever be have to contend with that lady again. It's just unbelievable. Do you remember the former accountant general under Buhari that stole 150 billion naira of Nigerian money? Have you ever wondered what he did with that money? The accountant, the former accountant general of the country that stole 150 billion naira. This is just some of the things that he spent the money on. Watch this. You know, I wonder what sort of fetish that the Northerners have with wild animals. Do you know that the former chief of army staff, Burutai, he runs a snake farm, and this one now, your former accountant general, he seems to have some sort of fetish for wild animals. Here's another clip of it.
Come on, sit down.
Yeah, hopefully one of those hopefully one of those exotic animals make a meal of him. Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't say things like that, but that guy is one of the nastiest piece of work that we've ever had yet in that country. So we go on from there to this now next clip. You know, I've often said that the Yoruba language is probably one of the richest languages on the planet. It's one of the richest language on the planet because it's so layered and textured and refined and it's spoken in nuances. I've often explained that. But here is a guy now that has added academics to that particular point I was trying to get across. Watch this.
Yoruba is one of the most widely spoken languages in Nigeria, but it's also one of the most widely spoken tonal languages on the planet. But what does that even mean? Right off the bat, I can tell you that Yoruba uses different tones to differentiate between different words, just like Mandarin and Vietnamese, but to be honest, that's not even the most interesting thing about it. While we're on the topic of sounds, I can tell you that Yoruba's sound system, or that is to say its phonological inventory, is really particularly interesting. This varies a bit by dialect, but Yoruba is usually said to have 7 run-of-the-mill vowels, those being a, e, I, o, u. But there's also 5 nasal vowels, or fawili aromupwe. These are vowels where the air is coming not only out of your mouth, but your nose at the same time. You'll hear them a lot in French and Portuguese, for example. In Yoruba, those are and you can actually hear them in the word for nasalized vowels in Yoruba. Aromupwe. Actually, while we're looking at this word, there's something else I want to point out. With this letter P right here, there's more than meets the eye. Because it's not just your run-of-the-mill P sound. It's not aromupe. No. This is what we call a labial-velar plosive. It's a double articulation. That means you're pronouncing a K sound and a P sound at the same time. This type of consonant is particularly common across languages of West Africa, and Yoruba is no exception. You'll hear them igbagbogbog. Now that being said, Yoruba's grammar is also really interesting, in particular how its verbs work. Yoruba makes extensive use of something called serial verb construction, which means you can put several verbs together to express a more specific meaning. This is actually a thing in a lot of other languages too, but in many of those other languages, you have to put all of the verbs next to each other to get that combined meaning. But not in Yoruba. In Yoruba, you can actually have sentences where the verbs surround the object of the sentence, but those verbs combine to get the full meaning of the sentence. So if you have a sentence like, he brought the book, well, you can see the parts come together in a very different order than they might in English, right? I think that's super interesting personally, and I hope you get the chance to look more into it yourself. Also, I don't speak Yoruba, so I want to especially thank these creators who helped me with the pronunciation for this video. And if you do speak Yoruba, let me know how I did. Let me know if there's anything else you want to talk about. Have a great rest of your day, and shit.
So that it is right there. So that's somewhat the direction that I've been trying to explain for quite a while now. And he said it himself. So if you don't believe me because I'm too close to you, I know you people like to defer to Oyibo people. So there's an Oyibo person telling you exactly what I've often told you, that in its texture, its refinement, and its finesse, the only language that even comes anywhere close to Yoruba is French. And that's exactly what that chap said right there. So that's that. we're still retaining within the Nigerian political space. The back and forth, that is the realignment, I should say, that is going on within the Labour Party now. Let's go to Julius Abure, who doubles down now on the capture of Dr. Baba Ahmed.
Labour Party. Well, every Nigerian has a right to fraternize with any group, with any political party of his choice. It is a right that is guaranteed by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And therefore, whoever feels that they want to fraternize with any group, the choice is theirs. But the constitution of the party is also very clear. And the constitution of Nigeria is equally clear, that you cannot belong to two political parties at the same time. In fact, the Bible said you cannot be hot and cold at the same time. And so the answer is simple. Those who are romancing, we are watching them. And at an appropriate time, the party organs will decide what will happen. The second part of the question is whether the FCT senator is still a member of the party. I think she will be in a better position to answer that question. So I will join that you look for her, find her, and ask her if she's still a member of the party. So I think these are the two questions that are for me. Okay, the third one was the one that was asked by... Well, like we have said in our communique, we have been in this party for years. We have piloted the affairs of this country, of this party. We have grown the party. We rose from the ranks and eventually got to the level that we are in this party. This party believes in legality. We believe in the letter and spirit.
All right, so that's Julius Abure laying down the law. And here is Dr. Baba Ahmed justifying his fraternizing with Julius Abure.
That's been emerging about the Labour Party, which you're a member of, has been getting bigger and more alarming. How did that look to you when you turned up at that factional NEC meeting led by Julius Abure?
This is what leadership is about. I'm not a Labour Party leader, but I aspired to a position of leadership. And leaders don't allow matters to degenerate, to disintegrate. Irrespective of which faction that are unfortunate in any case, I sympathize with or I belong to. There are times that you belong to everybody so long as you are a leader. And remember the doctrine of necessity. This became very, very necessary for me to do. If His Excellency Peter Obi and myself had been sworn in, there are things, if he didn't do, I must have to rise to that challenge.
Yeah, but I have to ask you why you felt that it fell on you to be the one to try to visibly and publicly unite the party.
I was just about to say.
Because most people would have thought that that task would fall on Peter Obi.
I was just about to say it.
Right, okay.
Not too long ago, his younger brother's company or property was smashed.
Yes, we saw that.
And I know he's been busy at that. He went to the Daura and then
the
there's
funeral.
The funeral. And in the last week
President
or so, one governor has been on his case that he should not travel, to...
You mean the governor of Edo State?
I don't know which state it is, but I know there's a state which the governor says he shouldn't come. So
yeah, it's Edo
I
State.
need to understand that Peter Obi's cup is full many, many times. And maybe he's shy, to say, you get up, go do this, and go do these things. And that's why I told you that leadership is about...
taking initiative.
Thank you very much.
But was he aware of the fact that you were going to attend that meeting? Because I'm curious to know what his reaction would have been. If
he knows everything I do. I do carry him along.
Right.
Yeah.
So you told him you were
I absolutely told him that.
And what was his reaction?
I was going there. Peter Obi is a very easy and, he leaves you to use your judgment and initiatives. And I trust that's what he did. But he was fully in the picture.
Right. But did he react when?
So there it is right there. That's a non-committal commitment. From what you can deduce in the texture of that tone, it did not actually really tell Peter Obi. So he's essentially telling us that he's ready to leave that shape and stand on his own. So he's going to break, because the Labour Party is still giving Peter Obi ultimatums and saying that you cannot belong to the ADC coalition and the Labour Party at the same time. So make a decision. And that Baba Ahmed has gone to the NEC meeting of the Labour Party to state publicly then that he's a member and remains a member of the Labour Party. So that's a chasm right there. It's not even a chasm yet, but that is the beginnings of a split, which will very quickly widen into a chasm. So that's a divide opening up in that space. Two more clips. First, we go back to Akpabio, who is now speaking to 2027 politics, and this is what he had to say.
Do not think that any person can just come and become president without consultation with the people of the Niger Delta region. So the Niger Delta region has assessed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and found him fit to continue in office beyond 2027. That is the truth. No be so. No be so. So let other people who are conspiring, they did it before and move our son, good Lord Jonathan. This time around, we are staying in this region that the entire South region, the entire Niger Delta, will speak as one voice. We speak as one voice. And we are telling the president, on your mandate we stand. On your mandate we stand. No conspiracy formed against this government that has recognized Niger Delta shall prosper. Can we shout amen? Yeah. 46 years ago was the time that they gave the Niger Delta the opportunity to produce a Senate president in the person of Dr. Joseph Wires. This is the government that has recognized Niger Delta. But you are recognized when it comes to taking your resources and abandoning your environment. Today the president has set up a university of environment, a university of sciences in Ogoniland to take care of the environment. There were many reasons. Part of it was leadership tussle. In the Niger Delta region, we have what we call periwinkle politics. Periwinkle politics is politics of the same head. Everybody bears the same head. Nobody wants to wait for his turn. Everybody feels that he should be here and not the other person. So there was always this conspiratorial situation. Each management in the NDDC, from the management itself, they will conspire against themselves. And of course, those that you met on ground, the staff, will assist you to quarrel. And shortly after, they will send you away. Maybe one of them will become acting managing director. And I realized when I was Minister of Niger Delta that was the main issue. Let me even tell you a story.
So that's Godswill Akpabio then warning the opposition that the sort of maneuverings that maneuvered Goodluck Jonathan out of power cannot play out 2027. So that's Godswill Akpabio right there. So now on to the last clip then. If you want the conversation, jump on. If you don't want the conversation, we shut it down. They've always described the Nigerian borders as porous, and there is nowhere more porous than the northern borders. Even there's some sort of function and manning of the southern borders, but in the north, it's just an open field. That's always been the impression that we've always had about the northern border. So that is why all these bandits can come in out of Nigeria at will. So we've always had that impression. And this next clip that I'm about to play you now is further affirms, it reaffirms that notion that we've always had. This is the Daura border that borders the Niger Republic. Watch this.
If you've ever wondered what Nigeria's border with Niger looks like, well, this is it. This border is called Congoland border. It is Nigeria's border with the Republic of Niger, located at Daura, a town in Katsina State. So I passed a night in Daura, and I also got to find out that Daura is a border town. So I decided to check out the border to see what it looks like. The first things you will notice on your way to the border are Nigerian immigration checkpoints. Then you also find the office of the Nigerian Customs Service, just very close to the border. We asked the immigration officers if we could cross the border, and they said we can, provided we are not carrying arms. So we crossed the border and entered into the small town. This is a very local town called Meimujia. The locals of the town also speak Hausa language. And seeing these water truck sellers, popularly called Merua, it felt like I was still in Nigeria. This old man in front of me was more or less our tour guide. We asked him to lead us to a shop where we could buy cold drinks, and he led us right up to this shop called Dolphin Cave. And to my surprise, the owner of the shop is a man called Ifeanyi from Anambra State. Now this is the craziest part. Mr. Ifeanyi revealed to us that power supply was 24 hours constant in Niger. I know I've heard stories like this before, but I never thought it was true until I saw it with my own eyes. Like, you mean power supply is constant in this village, yet we don't have lights in Nigeria? How?
Coming back to Nigeria, you can see the border. Welcome to the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
After leaving the border, we came back to Daura town to find something to eat for breakfast. And I stopped by this restaurant called Naila Kitchen, where I had a plate of fried rice. The food was okay, not so bad. And this, my dear friends, is the recap of my mini food adventure to the Republic of Niger through Daura town.
So there it is right there. Just look at how casually people were strolling just around. Nobody even acknowledged. I'm saying nobody even acknowledges that there is a border there. They are not even aware that there is a border, never mind acknowledging it. So that tells you there. Just look at how people were straying back and forth between one country or the other. Nobody checking anything. Nobody asking any questions. They just, it's unbelievable stuff. But there it is right there. That's the border. That is why we have banditry in Nigeria. And by the way, that's Buhari's hometown, though. So he couldn't even man the border there. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. I think that's the fullness of all of it. Let me just rattle you through I'm not going to do any readouts. I'll just rattle you through headlines. Sunday, Igboho arrives. Urges federal government to remove name from wanted list. So he arrives, and you can see this is a wanted man. Do you remember he escaped into Cotonou via there to Germany? A wanted man on the wanted list, one of the high-profile names on the Nigerian law enforcement wanted list, is working side by side with a police officer, not in handcuffs. So there it is. That's why the Southeasterners will tell you that how come he's working freely and Nnamdi Kanu is in custody. So that this one now, Senate President Akpoti gives fresh update on creation of new states. So I think that was already captured in one of the clips that we just played right there. And this is the last one now. External reserves hits $40.1 billion in July 2025. This is Yemi Cardoso, the governor of the central bank, bringing us this good news. So by the time what's his name? The one from Adamawa, Atiku Abubakar, by the time he becomes president, do you remember when Buhari became president? When Buhari became president, Goodluck Jonathan told us that he handed over in excess of $30 billion in the external reserves. When Buhari took over, he said the external reserve was zero. Now, there was a 6-month gap between that when we had no governance, and they just stole all of that money. Because what usually happens is a lot investors, election is almost like a stock market or something. They will get investors to invest in their campaign to become president. If they become president, then Tinubu got his money back from the Buhari investment, so he got his money back plus. So you get your money back plus profit, and all of that comes out of the external reserve. So if ever Atiku Abubakar becomes the president of Nigeria 2027, that $40 billion, which would have even grown a lot more than that by then, that $40 billion will be stolen within 7 days. Everything will be looted. Every single penny will be looted. But there it is. That's all I have to offer. I'll play you the Kegas music. We'll see if anybody turns up the Kegas.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yeah, she go come here. Water. Only water, where they see my. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Akoko Orun Meiko, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku koni riwa beche, but death will never, it's not even made death, but death will never have anything to do with us. So joining us Zita, so that's Zita right there, accompanied by our Prince Daddy. So that's the assembled so far. So good to have you, lady and gentlemen. So we kick it off, start it off with Zita if she's ready. Probably asleep, I suspect. Zita. Oh, all right, Prince, you there? Oh yeah, Zita once, Prince once, Zita twice. Prince.
Yeah, hello, man. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Good to have you, Prince. I was just about to. Good to have you, Prince. I'm not quite sure how much of it you caught, but the whole thing essentially wraps about yet another content skit by Natasha Akpoti storming the parliament with Aisha Yesufu and a bunch of I don't want to call them ne'er-do-wells, but a bunch of social media characters. What did you make of what went down today?
Yeah, Omar. Yeah, I heard your readout and comments about Natasha, but of course you kind of biased towards her. So whilst you were reading, you were also commenting and analyzing the situation. So, but she was suspended for what, 6 months And according to the court, he said that was kind of too long, according to the judge. But now the suspension is over. What is preventing her from coming back to the Senate?
No, she's 4 months into the 6 months.
I'm sorry?
She's 4 months into the 6 months.
Oh, it's not even 6 months yet.
No, 6 months expires in September.
So what's she doing? What's she doing there?
All right, she needed to be she wanted her name in the news, I think.
She needed what?
She sorry, is my mic okay? I'm not quite sure. What's the quality like? It's poor, isn't it? I have to revert back to the old one, but she wanted her name in the news.
Okay, yeah, I heard that. Yeah, you said that earlier also. Okay, I was thinking it was 6 months already, and she was just coming back to resume her duties. But yeah, yeah, I guess she wants to be in the news. So then, what is wrong with Aisha Yusufu? I mean, why is she so belligerent? I mean, what's the problem? That they were blocking her from returning into the Senate's floor. What is that beef? Anyway.
You know, she will latch on to anything as well. That there's a lot of currency around clout and attention. You know, we live in an attention economy space now. So attention equals profit. So this little skit that they did now, she would now go to our places and start to talk about it. Oh, and my experiences there, what I said to them, and then her usual, followers will hail and chant and say, "Well done, yeah, you go, girl." It's just a skit making and attention seeking, isn't it?
Yeah, I see. I guess that makes sense. So yeah, I was gonna jump on your case, woman. Like, why you always against Natasha? I mean, if 6 months is over, she can go back unless there's some other injunction against her. But just like you said, I guess she went there for attention. She's not even 6 months yet, so I don't know what to say about that lady. She loves the attention. You used some choice of words to describe her. What the virulent, insatiable, attention seeker, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, well, is she not an insatiable attention
Well,
seeker?
for a second, I thought you were talking about rational mind, and I'm like, oh, okay, maybe talk about Natasha.
We separated at birth, rational mind and Natasha Akpoti.
Yeah, but anyways, yeah.
All right. So that was Natasha. I would actually like to see them extend because there were two conditions. There were certain conditions to her suspension. So they suspended her for 6 months, and then they requested that she makes an apology to Parliament. So she has not made that apology to Parliament, which is
Woman, sorry.
yeah.
If Zita is there or whomever can take over for right now, I'm gonna have to come back later.
Oh, all right, brilliant. We have world peace.
I'll be in the background. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, I'm not sure we have Zika fully, but we do have world peace. So world peace. World peace, are you there?
Yes, I'm here with you.
Oh, all right. Oh, we have Kenny as well. So yeah, we're talking about Natasha Akpoti. If you're not ready, then Kenny can go.
I like that person to go. Please, I'm eating. I'll join you.
All right, Kenny. I'm not sure how much of it you caught. Let's hear from you.
Good morning, woman. How you doing, sir?
I do.
Yeah, I'm just joining. I didn't even listen to. I just woke up. I didn't listen to the radar, but the Natasha issue. Yeah, see that lady. She's just actually. I thought she has brain on her head. She has brain. I'm sorry to say, because she called herself a lawyer, right? And you went to National Assembly. At the back of you have a judgment, which is adversary judgment. It's not a straightforward judgment that okay, Natasha should resume, right? And you went there based on that, and you call yourself a lawyer, and you went to do some kind of show of shame, because that's what I say. And she thinks she's kind of above the power, above the law. No one in Nigeria is above the law. You know what I mean? Next time, because She said she'll go back again when they resume. I think she should be arrested. And I mean, they should show her that she cannot fight against the judge institution. But she's trying to turn it around and say, oh, it's a pabio. No, this is not a pabio issue. It's you trying to, show yourself that you're above the law, you're above Nigerian Senate. Because the person you are fighting with is not pabio. You are fighting with Senate, Nigerian Senate. And you go all over the world and shame yourself, not Nigeria, claiming what you don't have, and everybody is asking you, where is your proof? You couldn't give us anything. Still, you are still going around showing your power that because is it because of ability or something? I don't know. I don't know what going ahead that make her think she can go to the Senate and show what she showed yesterday. And some useless people as well going with her, shouting. It's so disgraceful. I feel ashamed yesterday that we have people around her and that lady in a costume, a Google costume as well, shouting. It's a shame. I feel no shame. In fact, like I said, woman, next time she should be arrested. Honestly, because we can't continue
I'm
like
not
this.
quite sure why they didn't arrest her this time around. Because what she did there is tantamount to insurrection. What she did there.
Exactly, exactly. She's trying to cause a chaos. She wants to cause what's it called, riot in the city. Because imagine yesterday, if she was arrested, there will be chaos in the city, and you see them parading, rioting, free Natasha, free Natasha, free Natasha. That's what they will say. But I like what the government did. Yeah, they allow her to show, do the skills what she wants to do. But the next time she go there, what I mean, she will she will know what they will do to her because law will take its course. That's what I believe. Natasha is just a skill. Skip maker. She has nothing to do with the law. She doesn't respect the law. She believes she has power or something like that. So I don't know. But I like the way government is handling it. Otherwise, it can go out of hand, woman. And at the end of the day, they'll blame the government and say, okay, they are not patient enough. Why are they arresting Natasha Akpoti? Is it because she's a woman? Nigerian people, they are gullible, like she said, you know. And that's what they will say. They will say, oh, why you well, So that's what I want to say about her. I don't have anything to say about her, seriously.
Oh,
It's just a short shame.
all right, brilliant. So Sunday ago, he returns to Nigeria. He's been in Nigeria for a while now, and is asking them that the government remove him from the wanted list. Is it somewhat of a of a of a prejudiced justice system that this guy is walking street free on the street when the law tells us that he's a wanted man? So why has Igboho not been arrested, just allowed to
No,
go around with them?
no, woman, Igbo will not be arrested. You know why? Because for
Because
him coming
Buhari
back,
is the president. If Buhari was the president, would Igboho, will he be walking the street freely?
never, never, never. He will never come near Nigeria where Buhari is alive. You can see he came back as soon as he knew that Buhari is gone. And him being in Nigeria, Tinubu knew about it. And Tinubu give him go ahead, say, come, my son, you can come to Nigeria. That's it. If Tinubu didn't give him go ahead, woman, he will not be here. We will not see him. So Igbo need to tread gently as well. He needs to know what he's doing because if he wants to go and start with his own mouth, run him out again. He will go back to where he's coming from. But I think I can see him being a changed person because it's not the arrogance is not there anymore. They've cut his wing, one man.
Is it the case that they've cut his wings, or has he gotten what he wants? He wanted a
No,
Yoruba nation, but he got a Yoruba president. So he can't wait. If an Igbo man or a northerner was the president, he would still be fighting Yoruba nation. He's not even talking about Yoruba nation anymore. Whatever happened to no Yoruba nation or Yoruba nation? Eh?
one man. This man, he didn't achieve what he wants. Yeah, actually, he's on the losing side because he lost a lot. He has lost woefully. So, like I said, they've cut his wings. Tinubu might have told him, listen, I will let you come to Nigeria, your father's land, but I don't want to hear you rioting or do anything at all. Just come, go to the palace of the king, do what you need to do, be quiet. You know what I mean? Then you'll be free. But he wants to play politics as well. He wants to let people know that he still have his own mouth and say, okay, remove my name from this thing. That's it. That's what you can say. Nothing else. You can't say nothing. You can't say more than that woman.
All right, brilliant. Well, is there anything else that you're looking at in the news? What else are you looking at?
Can you hear me?
You can hear me.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. Yes. So he cannot go beyond his own agreement that he had with Tinubu because there might have been a written agreement that he cannot do this, he cannot do this, he cannot do that. So and if you do what they ask him not to do, he will be in trouble, woman. Actually, I like both, to be honest with you, but I'm not a supporter of the Yoruba nation. I'm a Yoruba man. I love my nation, but not the way you want to do it. And there's another group that came out as well. They were on TVC News yesterday saying they are for Yoruba something something something. They are fighting for Yoruba cause. So those ones are intellectual. They are doing their own way, their own in a different way, not in a totally way. So that's how it's going.
Is it led by so is that, hold on, is that group led by a man called Tola Adeniyi, Tola Adeniyi?
No, this one called Louis. Louis something. It's called Louis.
All right, because do you remember we've had Akobun Kola Adeniyi on this platform before, and he sent me a text yesterday, still talking about Yoruba Global Disassociation for Self. He's still talking about Yoruba Nation, so he's one of the more intellectual uh, 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 factions of the Yoruba Nation movement.
Yeah, this one they are more of fighting for Yoruba territory. You get me? Because it's talking about the Yoruba speaking people in Kogi State, Yoruba speaking people in Bayelsa area, and Yoruba people speaking in Kwara. So they said they are fighting for them to create another state. For those one in Kogi State, he mentioned that name, I can't remember. So that's what they're fighting for, that everybody should 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 hit what they had. That we should go back to resource control, but mainly Yoruba nation, Yoruba country should be on their own. That our territory, our speaking and Yoruba territory should be taken back from all these people. That why are you forcing Yoruba to be among the northern people? You know what I mean? So Yoruba people, we are not northern. How can you say Ilorin is northern? Is a northern state. How can you say some Kogi states speaking Yoruba speaking people in Kogi state? They're northern people. So there is talk about the one that they were together with Ondo state as well. That is like the people with Bayelsa or something like that. So those are what they are agitating for. So we have this group. You know what I mean? There's so many of them, but the agenda is Yoruba first, which I'm in support of it. Seriously, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Is that you getting in your car? Did you go to a show? Did you have a show today?
No. I have having a show on Friday in Kent, in Gillingham, in Kent, and I have another one in Dagenham on Saturday. Coming up.
All right. All right. Maybe one of these days I'll come to. Kenny is a very
For
well.
the place called
Good. Kenny is
yeah,
a
come on.
well. Sorry, Kenny is a well sought after juju music artist here in the UK. It is very much in demand. So that's Kenny. That there he is right there. It goes under the name Kenny Mighty. That's his artistic name. And you also have a strong presence on TikTok as well. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, woman, that's it. Woman, you have not I've not seen you using my song for the first time. Use my song now. Let people hear
No,
it.
no, I used your song and I was struck by your management for copyright. So your
Oh,
song
really?
has copyright protection. Yes.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't know. Well, people always play on YouTube,
Mm.
and I know, and they never tell me about this. I never been told about this
Yeah, send
copyright
it
of
to
a
me
thing.
again actually because I just deleted it because I got the copyright strike from your
No. Woma, go on
company
YouTube.
name.
Woma, go on YouTube. If you go on YouTube, it's there. I don't think they will give you copyright on YouTube. I don't think so. It's free.
Oh,
It's free on YouTube. Yeah.
all right, Brian. When is your next album coming out?
In December. Actually, I have one coming out very soon because I'm doing one for Asiwaju Tinubu for his campaign, which I've written the song already. I've laid the song down in the studio, so we are just doing the finishing touching on it.
Why are you not going to delay that till till 2027?
Am I going to do
Or
what?
are you not going to delay that till 2027? It seems a
No,
bit.
no, no. Roma, see, if the song is out, because I'm letting the song out in 3 months' time, you understand? So the more people start using it, the more it will resonate in people's mind. So it's a campaign, it's a campaign song which I composed for him. So, but my main album, 2 tracks, is going to come out in December as well. But that's been my main target now. That every December, I'll be releasing another album every December, by God's grace.
That's for the Christmas crowd, Abby.
Yes.
Well, okay,
This
good.
one I did last was released in April for the Easter festival period and all. So, but now I have another one coming up in December. So, and I'm going home to do the video of this one too.
What's your biggest hit? Which is has been the most popular of your out of all your tracks?
It's Mayo Mikun.
So Mayo
Mayo,
Mekun by
yes.
Kenny Mighty. So
Kenny Mighty, yes.
if Google now they find it. Mayo Mekun.
It's on all platforms. Google, it's on YouTube Music, Apple Store, TikTok Music, Facebook. It's everywhere. Just type my name. Just type Kenny Mighty, and that's it.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Kenny. Let's acknowledge Ola's presence. Ola, are you there? Ola.
Yes, for man, I'm here.
Yeah, so acknowledge your presence, Ola, only because I want to bail and hand over to you. I started very late. Yeah?
Me that I will so run away.
Don't worry, don't run away soon. Just hold it for as long as you can, and then
okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Let me bail because I started so late. So
where's Thomas? Where's Thomas?
Thomas is at work. You know, Thomas is doing double shifts now every single day. But Ola will take charge. You've got Prince Daddy, World Peace. Dewale is here as well. When Zita is ready, she'll let you know. Yes, but I don't think most of them are ready yet. So you got
One man,
yeah.
sir. Before you go, there's one guy that I want to introduce to you. I believe Dewale know him as well. If Dewale can know me, he's actually conversant with Yoruba history. You know me. He has his own TikTok that he does his own show. But me and Dewale spoke with him. We asked him to come to your show as a guest because he's very knowledgeable when it comes to Nigerian history and all this, you know, politics as well. So I'll seek your permission if it's what something you like, so I can go back and talk to him and say, okay, he can come. Probably maybe I can link both of you together because
Yes,
he's someone that
would be great actually because we've been looking to open that space, and I'm also, let me tell you who I'm looking for. I'm looking for exactly that guy you've just described. I'm also looking for us, and this is for the benefit of everybody listening as well. I'll put my Instagram link in the comment section. So I'm looking for somebody steeped in Yoruba history, Igbo history, or Hausa history. Somebody really that is and somebody that has a thick accent as well, so the accent carries it through. So I'm looking for that. I'm also looking for a babalawo, so somebody that is actually a real babalawo that has the articulation to speak to us I'm looking for him as well. And I'm also looking for a serving Nigerian army personnel, somebody of some rank that's still active in the field. So I'm looking for that as well. So those three spaces I'm especially looking for: a babalawo, an army man, and somebody in history, somebody that knows history. So yes, you have my number anyway. So do you have my number?
No, no, I don't. I don't have your Instagram, Telegram. I'm sorry, Instagram. So I don't have your number.
Yes, I'll send you my number on Instagram because yes, of course, that's exactly the sort of people we want, you know, because it's good to always move away from all this heavy politics and all that that's in the
Yes,
world.
yes. Sometimes yes, yes. Yeah. That's
Oh,
what I
oh,
want.
all right, thank you. So Ola, yes, I know you don't push for time, but hold it just for as long as you can. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Sorry for the late start and the sort of skittish nature of the session, but thank you, everyone. You can even hear my voice somewhat going. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Oh, hi, everyone. Who want to speak? Hello there.
Hello, Ola. We are here.
Hey, Kenny Mighty. I agree
How
to.
you doing, how you doing, brother? How's it going?
Everything is going on smoothly. Good
We
day.
thank God. We thank God. Yeah,
Yeah.
even me. I just woke up to one man because I didn't hear his readout, so I don't really know the topic. They talking about. I spoke about the Natasha Akpoti and Sunday Go. So Natasha is just a distraction. Seriously. You think I
Well,
have your?
uh, okay.
Hey, Ola.
Diwali. Yeah,
Yeah, my brother. How you doing now?
they will not put me.
Hey, I read that CBN pegged interest rate at 27%.
I'm
That
not
is a,
aware.
that is a killer.
Why?
That is that is too much. I mean, going
Why do
by
you think so?
the 27%,
Mm-hmm.
and we're talking about productivity. How can they go hands in hand?
So the question is this: what are they trying to do by putting interest rate at 27%?
And at the same breath, the CBN said the eight banks already, crossed the threshold of the new recapitalization of the banks. So that means their financial strength is already high. But I'm looking at the fact that going by the statistics being rolled out, 27% is still on the high side compared to other neighboring countries and the progress we've recorded lately. Don't you think
Okay.
so?
No, because I understand exactly what you are saying, but sometimes we have to look at our environment too now. So we are talking of Nigeria. So what's like a saving culture like? If they put interest rate to let's say 12%, will you be willing to put your money with Nigerian banks? Let's say you are taking $1 million to Nigeria, converted to Naira, and they are telling you that okay, because the interest rate is 12%, so the bank in Nigeria cannot give you more than 5%. Will you take it?
Well, going by the new, the way the CBN has really come up with some regulations and all that, I have, confidence in the financial institution in Nigeria. Except, only recently, I think it was Fidelity Bank that was having uh, distress issue, and I think that they resolved their issue as well. Except I digress a little bit though. Their MD that was accused of, there was audio leakage, leak about when he was saying that she bribed the police man for with the 5 billion naira because of harassment or something like that. But they are sorting out their issue. Other than that, there haven't been any financial institution that is, you know, under any suspicion of distress or whatever. So I have those proposed confidence in them. However, going by what you say, are the returns of 5%? I mean, it's still, I'm still comfortable putting my money there. But it's just that I'm looking at the end users. How about people that want? I mean, if you as let's say you're into manufacturing at 25.7%, that is, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just the only one that is a little bit alarmed about it. I expect by now, with the fact that rate that inflation's already come down a little bit, I expect by now that should be going to the threshold of maybe coming down a little bit more other than the higher number.
No,
But
on the surface, they will tell you that if they raise interest rate is to combat inflation. So, combating inflation simply means that anybody want to speak? So, combating inflation simply means that people will embrace saving culture. People will start, instead of spending, people will take their money to the bank and they want to see interest. Putting your money in a bank, so there will be money for bank to lend out to businesses. So, a lot of reason could be behind raising your interest rate. So, and when you look at Nigeria environment, because it's a very risky environment, so you have to reward risk for people overseas now to take their money there. Just imagine those people that took their money to Nigeria sometime around the late 2015, 2016. You took your dollars to Nigeria, you converted it to Naira. You are not, so bringing the money back, you understand, you are actually losing. You are losing your money. So a lot of reasons. So in an economy like Nigeria, it's not going to be that easy because we are still looking for a way to develop. Our factories is not there. So the cash flow. So the cash flow, they just want a situation whereby they will be able to aggregate the cash flow. So all those things, by the time you raise the interest rate, so the intention will be that people will start bringing their money and embrace more saving culture. So that's the thing. Because if I'm taking, okay, if I want to take $1 million to Nigeria, I will start looking at really different factors that head or tail. Even if I'm going to lose, I'm not going to lose much by the time I'm converting. But if I know, so if I look at that risk and I try to calculate the maximum loss that the gain can be, I would not think, okay, maybe it's worth it anyway. Let me just go and bank there. So it's I don't know. It's not going to.
Yeah, real quick, another issue that was raised by the CBN governor. The current administration was able to raise the influx of foreign currency to double digit. Do you think the funds transfer, or how do you think they were able to achieve that within a 2 years period of time? Raising the foreign.
I don't get you. You said what? Can you say that again?
I said CBN said that they were able to raise the foreign currency into the economy from a single digits to double digits. I forget what the number is actually. Do you think it was through this diaspora remittance, or it will probably direct investment from the foreign countries?
Uh, Personally, I would say it's majorly diaspora remittance.
Because the government has really relaxed the regulation on the from the remittance from the diaspora in a way, so maybe that is also a contributing factor.
Yeah, because normally, who are those people that we trust our economy mostly now? It will basically be our people, because number one, you and I are the one that maybe we want some kind of investment we want to get back at home. With the way things are now, it's easier for us to acquire property, to acquire a lot of things back home. So I want to believe that it's just going to. I've not seen the data though, but I want to believe that
Is that a credit to the federal government by um, creating this level ground within the parallel market and the official estate window in a way that there's no speculation per se. Whatever you see in the official rate is almost what you get at the parallel, and that enables the remittance to flow in a way.
for sure, because like what I said now. Okay, you don't want to. You don't want a situation where you are taking your money to Nigeria, let's say at the rate of $1,000 per 1,000 naira to $1. By the time you want to bring your money back, they are now asking you are now going to the market and you are now buying for $1,800. So whatever, so whatever the former government created before is what you and I know that they intentionally created that scarcity.
Yeah.
You understand? They intentionally created that scarcity so that they will create some kind of demand that will drive the arbitrage.
Well, that would be if the government want to do that. That would be too risky now because of the fluidity of the market. So for now, they want you to continue at this rate trend because there's been some relatively stable stability when it comes to price rate and all that. Don't you think so?
So yeah, when there's a relative stability there, you are signaling to foreign investor that your monetary policy is better organized, unlike when some gang of crooks pack themselves and they were subsidizing the dollar the dollar in the system for themselves just to pack and sell at will whenever they needed it. So it was that bad then that okay, you will ask people to bring money at official rate. Then by the time they want to move there, okay, let's say they were bringing their money at let's say 450 or let's say $500. So, but by the time they were to bring their money back, you said them that you don't have, they should go back to the parallel market. So going back to the parallel market, they are now buying at the rate of maybe like a more than double of what they bring. So normally a reasonable investor knows that the risk is just too much for him or her just to go into that environment. They will because the no transparency there. So it's just like a 419 monetary policy. So you are not just going to risk. Even you that are in Nigeria, you know that okay, when you are taking something to Nigeria, you know that by the time you are repatriating your money, you know that it's a risk for you. So what the government of the day has done is just it makes that our monetary policy just makes everything to be transparent. So
Yeah. Yeah, I want to take you to another, it seems that I'm asking all the question, but here's another thing. Don't you think this is also a credit to this government monetary policy and some of the policy in a way that you remember in 2005 when the CBN asked the banks for recapitalization and there were panic in the market at that time before some of the few banks, just social, I don't want to mention bank, but those, first year bank uh, went to market at first for private, what do you call it, initial placement, and then mop up all the funds in the system before, and there was kind of like a panic, remember that in the banking sector at that time. But this time around, it seems everything's kind of like a little bit on the cool side, and even to some extent, some of the bank went to New York Stock Exchange and raised a lot of money. So, I mean, tying that to the government policy, I mean, the administration of today, don't you think that this administration need, they deserve the credit?
No, anybody that understand what good governance means, you understand, they will know that they do deserve more than credit because how do you build your system? You understand? credibility and transparency in your monetary and your fiscal and in your general system. So now asking banks to, the reason Obasanjo gave then that, okay, absolute right, when
And that was the last time recapitalization occurred. Sure, you remember?
I know I think it's also occur a little bit. It's occur again under Sanusi, because it's like Sanusi asked them to. Initially, it was 25 billion, right? But I think Sanusi later said, okay, he now created classes of
Okay, that created classes. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right.
So for some to raise that to 50 billion, something like that. So the thing is, the thing is, because you can't say you have a financial system where you cannot finance critical projects in that country. So that is why we always need to capitalize, because when you already know the level of inflation, especially when the naira is floated, so you just have to let your capitalization meet the reality within the country, so that is how you can undo the project that is going to come within your economy. That is why you'll be able to finance projects, and that is why you'll be able to lend to investors. So yeah, it's normal thing. You understand? Because there's any government that has actually looked at the real issue and said, okay, we are going to tackle these issues heads on, is like Tinubu. But unfortunately, masses do not really understand. People were saying that yesterday, they don't really understand that macro. Understand? All they want is, okay, what can we eat now? But the question is this: so people don't really know, they don't really understand the danger that was looming when they were getting all those benefits they thought they were getting, because it's like someone with just some seed of corn. Maybe you just have like 4 pieces of corn, and you just say, okay, I'm hungry. You eat that thing today. You understand?
Ola, I read it in the dailies. I think it was yesterday. Was reported that Rabiu, what is his name? The other billionaire from the Kano, what's his name? Rabiu, the guy with the boa, whatever his name.
What is he a
Boa,
politician?
Boa or Boa. What's his Rabiu Boa or something like that.
Okay.
The other billionaire from Kano, I believe that's where it comes from. He told reporter that, before now, they used to, he himself used to visit CBN director virtually every month to solicit for dollars and all that, and then it was at the subsidized rate. But now they don't have to visiting anybody. Then anytime that is always available in the bank, almost at the same time. There's no point sourcing for dollars or any foreign currency anytime, or paddy thing. So for those who are not at that economic level or status with POA, do you think right now you can walk into a bank and get your traveler's check or your dollars anytime?
Well, to be honest, that's that's how it's supposed to be, but I don't know. That's how it's supposed to be.
Because I read also that the government is still going to come up with more regulation, the broad change, whatever, and all that, so that they'll be able to streamline and reduce the number that they currently have, especially those who are not actually performing, because they want to use their level of transactions and remittance and all that to judge those who needed to be kicked out. Do you think, you and I can walk into a previous bank and then able to access foreign currency?
Yeah, no, what matters is either the Nigerian banks or the Bureau So if the rates are very close, so it doesn't matter. Like personally, even when Nigerian monitoring institution was not bastardized like Emefiele did, I bought all my money. Yeah. So I bought all my money from the parallel market.
Because that's what we are used to.
I was working in the bank, and I was still buying from the parallel market.
Yeah, because it's the bank that actually gave it to the private market to trade on their behalf. I could remember going to Dubai in 2005. I walked into one of our branch in maybe actually a friend of mine did because I didn't want them to know, but he took my passport there. And it was given, I think, 5,000. I'm not so sure. I think 5,000. And it was written on the passport as well because it was stamped. But right now, I don't know if that is still obtainable. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's available and it's not holded like before or being subjected to speculations or being driven by some scrupulous somebody in maybe what is Nigeria, what was that website before, what do they call it, the one that the Mayfield was going after in the media again?
Don't mind that guy. I can't even remember. I understand the side you are trying to talk
Yeah.
about. That they say is the one creating the problem. That man, that's rogue. You know that time, I can't be saying, okay, I was going for BTA. You can't be doing that every time, especially when you have thousands of dollars you were going
Yeah.
that time, so okay, Abuki FX. That's
Akpoti FX, yeah, thank you.
Abuki FX. So everything was okay. Everything was okay that time. It's just because of that year of bastardization. That is why we even find our naira here. I didn't mean that our naira was not destroyed by this Emefiele. Probably we won't even be having our value of naira at where we are today. Things went so bad that there was a lot of outflow from that country. That time, everybody was japping all those stuff. But the current policy is just like a double-edged sword, because the thing is the government workers might have increased. You understand? And contrary to what people were saying here yesterday or maybe some 3 days ago, it depends on the way they see things. And how do I mean? When you were earning 35,000 minimum wage, one thing I've always told people is this: when they say minimum wage that way, minimum wage, I calculate it to be basic in this context. So there's no way that you say your minimum wage is 35,000 and 35,000 is what you are going to go on with in net. No, that's not the way it is. Because I gave an example. There was a bank then, so maybe for legality's sake, don't let me mention the name. That's okay. Someone that was earning like a 9 million as far back as 2008, 2007. That the basic would just be like 1.2 million, right? So you start having like wardrobe allowance, you start having something like cola, you start having something like a leave allowance, a lot of allowances that will add up. You understand? Don't forget that the basic itself was 1.2 million. Now see all those things they added up. So when you see minimum wage of 70,000 or maybe 75, I don't know how much they say they pay now. It doesn't mean that someone will just go there and collect 70,000 and go home. So people like Dr. Simba that has worked with the government, they can testify to that. So now, when you look at that increment, people think that once the price jack up, it simply means that when you are now buying now, that it was not equivalent to what you used to do before. In most cases, they are equivalent.
Yeah.
You understand? The only thing is that the value of naira has carried so many figures. It's just like, okay, maybe in the 80s, maybe you are earning like 400 naira a month, and you could buy rice, you could buy everything. Even with that highly 80 itself, I doubt even how many people will even earn 400 naira, to be honest. How many people will even earn 400 naira? So,
in the 80s?
Yeah, early 80s, yeah. You're during
I
those
could
times.
remember my teacher then. They were earning maybe 105, 110,000 naira.
Exactly. Because that was when they were selling
Because I
Suzuki
remember in
400 for
1985,
400 naira.
in 1985,
Except you're a director or something like that.
yeah, in 1985, my brother that retired around 2018 or 2019 as the Software General of Osun State. He was working, that was when he got employment in the old Oyo State. His salary was 500 naira as a graduate.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I was one that I will write check for. You know, that time there was no internet banking.
Mm-hmm.
So you can only collect your money where your account is domiciled. So he will write the check for me. I'll be the one that will collect the salary for him. 500 naira. And if you look at, even if you look at the standard of living, in the if you remember your primary school that time, how many teachers are using car? How many people even have a car in your town?
Now, headmaster, principal, and VP.
Probably you will be using Volkswagen.
And teachers
Yeah.
will be using others too.
They will
But
be
the
using
Volkswagen probably
Suzuki.
been given
Maybe
on
probably some of them will be using
on loan.
Suzuki or Yamaha motorcycle or Vespa.
Vespa, yeah. Vespa was common in 80s though.
Vespa.
You know,
But
what I know is up to 1982.
On a salary of 300, I mean,
I remember
500
that
naira.
the elder said she correct me. I think around Suzuki 100 that time was around 400 naira. You know, so for you to even raise those 400 naira, say now I appreciate some people even go buy that Suzuki. So the thing is, when you now see those figures today, people misconstrue the fact that okay, because the figure is high now, that is necessarily not equal to his part. Yes, I know there was a mismanagement, especially in the area of food, because that border closure during Buhari period too. You understand? Okay. Let me not speak about Buhari because somehow we have that bias. The thing is, we understand that there's a global food inflation, and apart from food, some other things too are inflated. But when you look at the figure that's
Unlike the one that we are going through here in the America, it's being self-imposed by our Lord and Savior in the White House. So go ahead, Ola.
So to me, in reality, but I know this one will offend so many people, and in reality, I think raising the minimum wage to 70,000, why the price of rice probably has come down, right? Then the other thing I said that by January, when
Come down to what the price actually 50s.
Yeah, I know there was a time when the minimum wage was 35,000, that a bag of rice was going to almost 70,000. But I think today, even at 70,000, I don't know. Simba, please correct me if wrong, because I know we were talking it.
You can get as low as like 50,000.
Yeah, but there was a time like 2-3 years ago that
Bro, there was a time it was even more than 100,000.
Yeah, you see. So if you were earning 5,000 minimum wage, someone to speak. If you were earning 35,000 minimum wage, and a bag of rice was like 100,000 that time, compared to when you are now earning 70,000 minimum wage, and the bag of rice is 50,000. So since the Nigerian economy has been reduced to rice and beans, for example, that one alone is an indicator that something is happening there, that you can never compare the two regimes. But like I said, for me, I mostly focus on on the long-term impact. Why long-term impact is because our generation and the generation before us, we've actually failed the incoming generation. Because all we want to know now is that we want to eat now, we want to shop now. And people don't even know that the level of poverty they have today is all about the subsidy they clamor for. And how do I mean? You have NNPC as some kind of
Ola, speaking of poverty, don't you think that some of our people, what they are going through now, the economic actually they're going through, some of them are almost self-inflicted in a way that you have no such skill. One, two, you have no formal education. Three, you are being or you're being controlled or you live based on your spiritual belief. You have two wives, you have 4 or 5 kids, and the average age of them is probably 10 or 15, and some of them, about to enter college. And yet you have no uh, strong financial source to cater for them. So don't you think that some of these things are self-inflicted in a way? And then we'll blame that government hasn't done much, even though in an advanced economy, in a way, the government control the population. But in our crime, how do you see people that want to toe that line of controlling population? So don't you think so, Ola?
no, I think it's still all about at the end of the day, when it comes to things like that, I always go to policy level and the way we structure our administration. So whether people misbehave in the society or whatever, they don't behave very well, it's still boiled down to the government. Because like I keep saying, in a house, if we don't take care of the children and the children will not know how to behave within the society, you understand, we can't blame them for misbehavior. That's why that when children behave badly outside, they say, Yoruba will say, Ile Latin question. So when a child from a house, a home misbehave outside, and uleko, yeah, it lacks some training. What does that mean? That's okay. The parent did not train that child very well. So the thing is this: before we can blame people for their ignorance, the government must always be there to guide and to provide for the needs. So how do I mean? Now, I'm in an economy that's I find myself in my own down period, but the government makes some kind of funding available. Okay, do you want to retrain your skill? Do you want to retrain a new skill? Do you want to go back to school? Or do you want to start a business? And this is how we are going to help you through. They will even give you to someone that will mentor you and go back to it. So now, this thing start from primary education. What like A is a crime for you to deny children basic education. So if you are caught, the person may find himself in a serious or deep cheat. But in Nigeria, we've not been able to find a situation whereby we force parents. There are consequences for people not having basic education. That is why you see in some part of the country they take people to Manjeri and whatever. They say they should go and learn different.
Ola, didn't you think that maybe right from a section of Nigeria, that was when things have maybe gotten wrong in the sense that, let me give you for example, we don't even have data. Especially, we don't even know our population. We don't even know who exists, where and when everybody exists. Now, look at it this way. You cannot plan if you don't know how many people you have. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let me give you, for example, we are talking about people education. You still discover that majority of deliveries in Nigeria still take place at home. More than 60% of deliveries still take place at home. Just yesterday, I was in my community. I was just strolling, and then I heard a guy say, "Why are you looking at me?" And I didn't even see the guy. So, and I look at the place. I just saw one young boy. And I say, "How do you mean? What do you mean by why am I looking at you?" He said that every time I pass, I usually looking at. I said, "Did you even know me in the community? Meaning that I just came a few days ago to Nigeria." The guy was employed as a security in one of the duplex in my community. Even the owner was not even in Nigeria. Now, when he was not talking, and I look at where he was living, I saw a young lady also with 4 kids. Probably this guy will still be less than 30. You understand? What will be his salary? You understand? No matter what you preach about family planning, whatever he knows about family planning, vaccinations and all those things, he will not do it because he doesn't even have the capacity.
Ọlọ́run ló ń ka ọmọ àbí is that not what they say? Ọlọ́run ló ń ka ọmọ. Ọlọ́run ló ń
You
tọ́jú ọmọ.
understand? I'm very sure probably maybe he might just be earning like 50K. How will he take care of those children? And that is how those ones will also continue. That cycle of poverty will continue and continue. And let me tell you, it's not as if government is not aware, but when they look at the resources that they have to deploy to take care of all these people, if you want to force this guy now, say, okay, your children must go to school. Government can give them education and say, okay, go to school free. But how will they get food? How will they get clothing? Even shelter. He is looking, all those gatehouse, Adewale that they used to build in Nigeria, those gatehouse, that is where he's living with 4 kids and the wife. And probably we have more.
But when you have a state government sponsoring mass wedding, what do you think they are encouraging? They are encouraging the population to
All
come.
those ones, they are just doing it for political reason now. You know
But
that they are just doing it
the
because that
adverse
is what
effect
they
of
think.
that,
Let me tell you, that's what they think the society wanted.
they want the human reproduction to be on overdrive, and yet they keep churning out. The population keep booming, and they can't make use of it. They are not educated, no
The way,
skills.
if you see the people are shouting hunger, 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 but it doesn't stop them from reproducing. You discover that
That's
somebody that
why.
comes to you, Ola, somebody will come to you for help. And if you look at the responsibility that that person has, he even have more. You see somebody coming to you with 7 children. He has 7 children. Meanwhile, you that is begging for money, you have only 3.
You see, the thing is, at the end of the day, idle hand is devil workshop. That's for lack of the right analogy. The thing is you've ever seen that we know that the poor people are likely to bear more children than the rich one, because the rich one that the rich one that sometimes their wife will just be complaining that they don't have time for them, because if the rich person, if he start in Port Harcourt today, he's in Abuja tomorrow. Even by the time the person will be getting them, if the wife even touch, there'll be wahala. That don't you know that I'm tired, all those stuff, there is Casalago, but because he's busy and probably he's even thinking of how he's going to balance or retires some
You think is that one?
money stream.
Let me tell you, probably the
No,
rich person, the kind
I'm
of.
driving at some.
Okay.
The rich person, they have access to different things. See, let me tell you one thing. the rich people too, they have money to do, you understand? You get to Abuja today, you have one girlfriend. No, it's reality. But the poor people is their wife and their wife only. You understand? The rich person that is here in Kaduna today that go carry, the one in Lagos that go to Allen to carry, you know, go give a person in carry for Allen Belen now. You understand? But the poor person that don't even get money to go and do all those stuff, the only person, the person they see that the wife. You understand? Maybe she not even, maybe you don't even get money to even buy protection to make sure that there's no unwanted pregnancy.
But even the few facilities that are available, let me give for example, family planning is free. You understand what I'm saying? It's free. In Nigeria as it is today, it is free. Why can't they make themselves available for such? If you tell them now, they will say they don't want it, they don't like it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's all about. I got what you are saying.
I think the major problem is education.
Yes, education. Yeah, education is key. Like when this transmitted disease, you understand, those through adult activities, when they ask people to even use protection, they will be telling you that that protection not is free too. You understand? That some people who even go use it, even enter persons we get all those diseases that can finish their life. So all those things is all about it's all about education. But when we are talking about all those education, who is still responsible? Who is supposed to facilitate? It's still the government. But unfortunately, the way the 1999 constitution structured that country, when all those elders are saying the constitution have brought us backward, they are not lying. Like, look at the time where primary school was basically the duty of the local government, that a primary health center used to be the duty. All those sanitary inspectors, that would sanitary, you understand, that would be they're doing their things. So that time we were organized. We were able to do a lot of things. But when things become more centralized, now sharing our location to
Ola, let me tell you what I discovered about those local governments. Let me tell you, if they give them autonomy today and they are getting their allocation fully from the federal government, most of them will still not be able to perform their duty. They will not.
But the community will stone them. They will stone the local government.
No, it's not by corruption. They don't have enough resources.
No.
That is the problem.
But they can account.
Let me give you for example. I remember sometime even in Kwara when they were giving them their full allocation, even under this present, during this Fourth Republic, state government most of the time has to be coming to their rescue to give them more fund for them to be able to pay salary of their workers.
But when you have a local government that is civil service that is overblown, that is what always happens. Because some states say that as an avenue for recruitment, for job creation, local government shouldn't be like that.
Adewale, but that is the sad story of majority of the local government in Nigeria.
No, that situation need to change. It's not meant for just sample. Because if you could keep recruiting people, and Obi did this, remember, Obi did it towards the tail of his administration, I think 2014.
That would be like 2014, yeah.
Yeah, when they converted almost 1,000 party loyalists and all that into the civil service, and his producers found it difficult to pay them because it was like, where is the money? Now that you've given them, the status as a full staff. So when you having a government institution or government at the state level or at the local government level that is primarily focused on recruiting people in the civil service.
Ola, you need to see the number of civil servants working in local governments in Nigeria today.
Too much.
Yeah, no.
Some people don't even come to work and they still draw salary.
Like we were saying, you understand? this 1999 constitution destroyed so many things. Okay, let's give an example now. In the 80s, state government has no business about tenement rates. Local government collected the tenement rate. Market.
Ola, let me tell you, they are still the one collecting it. You know, some states took all those things from them when they failed in their responsibility. You understand? They don't even, let me tell you, you know the problem? They don't even have the structure. Even all these things that they are collecting, you just discover that some people will just print all these small receipts. They just be collecting it and be pocketing it. In fact, I remember those one in Kwara State that time when they discovered that they don't even have the capacity to account for whatever they are collecting. State government now started collecting it for them and then started giving them back.
Simba.
Yes.
I got your point. You were correct, but the thing is this: that was not the solution because it was a matter of a rogue rogue with more power trying to override the rogue with weaker power. The thing is this: you are supposed to have oversight of how they can be more efficient. Okay, in this day now, what stuff from okay, since you are local government, I want to put a system in place whereby whatever you are earning, I want to be seeing it right at a very central treasury. Although your money will still go to you, but you have okay. Let's use Alpha Beta now. Let's say Alpha Beta in Ondo State or Ekiti State. Alpha Beta, you will put infrastructure in place for us to be collecting our revenue. Please create a GL for the local government, and it should be just one GL. No, one GL for each local government, so that every money raised there, you understand, will be going there. Maybe you have Ojaoba there, you know the number of stores that are there. So there should be the total number, the total revenue that will equal to the number of stores there. So what I'm saying is that you can find a way to monitor, not to hijack. Because the problem in Nigeria is hijack. You just hijack. Look at the state government now. It's not as if they are even faring better, but they just want to corner everything. You want to connect the rate. Lagos State is the one building a market, which is supposed to actually be the function of the local government. If they give you want to collect radio license, bicycle. Now, all this money that who are collecting, they're supposed to be in the Second Republic. The local government was the business of the government.
Don't you also look at it? Let's give for example, you know, the proliferation of local government also. Okay, you can imagine. Let me give, because I can only use where I stay as an example. Before, in the old Oyo states, how many local government do we?
Remy, you can join anytime you want to join. Though it's a free flow.
How many local government do we have in the old Oyo states? Probably less than 30. With the creation of Oyo State, Osun State now, Osun State alone has 30 local governments. You understand? Which are not, they are not viable. Most of these local government, they don't even have any source of income. They don't even have. Okay, Ilorin used to be one local government. Now there is now 4. You know, this curation, when we know that most of these things that we are curating, they are not viable. How would they function?
I understand you, but I believe that problems are meant to be solved. But just imagine Adwekiti now. Just imagine Adwekiti now is a local government, and let Ekiti State takes hands off collecting tenement rates. I believe that the houses in Adwekiti
alone, even that word, I'm very sure up to today. Just ask them who is collecting. Then is still the local government that is still collecting it today.
Ask them, but they should not do it. Okay, even if this local government now, they should put a system in place to monitor revenue.
Ola, they cannot generate enough. If you look at their responsibility, especially when it comes to, I'm talking about recurrent, to not even something capital, recurrent, their recurrent expenditure, they cannot even take care of it.
Yeah, no, the thing is this. No, the thing is when they are doing that too, they still stop payment. I'm not saying they will not get allocation from the federal. They will still get allocation, but
You know what you
with
raise as your IGR is a reflection of the standard of living of the people. You can't collect more than what people have.
I know, I know, but you know one thing is when
okay, let's say in the local government where people that are living there are predominantly farmers. Why would you raise funding in such a local government? Just tell me.
I know that some I understand what you are saying. I know that there will be limit to what they can raise. I agree with you, but I'm still telling you that those days that we are talking about, you cannot. There's no way you are going to ride bicycle on the street without having your license. You understand? So there are several ways of getting money there. Even the little you can get. That's why I'm just making an example. Maybe advocates that I was saying now, I don't think they'll be less than they won't be less than 5,000 houses. I know it's going to be more than that in advocacy, but just imagine now that you are now collecting property tax. You may say it may not be much when you look at it. Let's assume that for every year, maybe especially those people that rent out their apartment, you are collecting, let's say 10,000 every year. You understand? Because I know all these television license, all those things, just a way of raising revenues. If you still collect all those things, as long as you are using this thing to develop the city, I think people will contribute. So it's just the liberation will not come immediately. It might take several years, but when you have that culture of paying taxes and using the taxes to do the right thing, not for someone to be entertaining his girlfriend or to be taking the money to overseas. You understand? If you are okay, look at this now. You are collecting money from the people, but you make sure that the common borrow they have, or maybe if you are capacity to run water, everything runs. You understand? These people you collect money from these people, their children are going to school. They are not afraid that when it is rainy, that the water will be pouring on the children, or they are afraid that the wall will collapse. When people start seeing all those benefits, they will gladly contribute. You understand? But the problem with you know those days, think about if you have some malu, it's all good, you are going to pay for all those stuff then. You understand? It is under when the military took over, everything just started disappearing.
Even you remember that even in the market, all those women, even petty this thing, they have a way of collecting small money from them. Those days.
That's stall. That's a market stall fee. You know. So because those are the things that when you are going to primary school, those are you want to do something, they will be asking you that identify yourself. If you don't have,
you must bring all those receipts too. You must bring all those receipts.
So that's why when people are saying because those were the way of identifying ourselves those days. You understand?
Don't you think that we have also the military and even politicians have also destroyed those things in the name of saying, okay, we'll give you this, just for them to get a cheap popularity or cheap political goal.
You know the problem.
But sorry, Ola, if you don't do like that, they will tell you as a leader you don't have empathy. I've never seen in a country where everything is about empathy, and sympathy. You don't want to put your people to work, just be giving them something. Everything should be free.
That's what we are known for.
You talk about Osun State local government, about 30 local governments, Simba, right? How do they create this local? Is it by land mass? How? I don't understand. 30 local governments in Osun, 33 or 33 local government in Oyo. Together is about 63 local government. How do they create them?
That was what I was telling Ola, that when they were together, how many do they have those days?
I think when they are together, they don't have
You
up to
discover
like
that some town, only one town like this, we have a local government. In fact, in Oshun, you remember there was this town where they used to have that they had community clashes recently. This Lobu, Ifon, that had community clashes. You know, it was the three of them before used to be a local government. You
But
understand? The
hold
three
on,
of them. But
hold
now,
on, Simba, before you continue. If they are giving all of them federal allocation, each local government also get their own share of the allocation, or how did they split it to that 3 local government before, or how
no, they will just divide from the federal now. And that is why, you understand, it's not as if what one used to get before that they would divide among the 3. No, it's the thing. And that is why you see that the revenue, that is why you see that the allocation that they used to get, immediately they create more, it should be decreasing because our revenue is not increasing. And that the same thing happened to the state.
So
And that is why
who creates more of this local government?
let's say now, let me give you for example now. This one that we are talking about state creation now. By the time we create, let's say additional 12, whatever I want to create, definitely the allocation to the existing 36 states will reduce.
Yes.
So what are we promoting?
So I can just, if a state come on board now, we can just create about 40 local government and they'll give us allocation on it.
And possibly, in order for them, let me tell you another thing that will happen. In order for them to make it look better, by the time they create a state, they will create more local government in that state.
I think the best thing, like I always say, is that just
Simba, Remy, sorry. Simba, don't you think it's even better? So are you against local government creation or state creation?
It's useless. They are very useless for Kenny.
No,
Let me tell you, why should you create, wait now, Kenny, why should you, the reason why they create all these things is not because of anything, it's because of maybe they said, okay, and they are not of the same, they are not homogeneous, or some people, they have one important person there that can just use his VR to say, okay, no, I want a state in my area, or because of community clashes, they don't even look at the viability of all these things. The reason for creating all these local government states, they are just pertinent reasons. They are not genuine. They are not something reasonable.
I never look at it this way until I started hearing what you are saying now. I think it's just waste of resources, to be frank.
No, Remy, it's not. No, I disagree with both of you.
Unless they scavenge it. If you are creating state, federal government will give you a take-up grant. After that, your resources of your state, that is what we will be using. People will stop this agitation. Because no matter what you do, you just sit down in your state and I think it's not good, okay? That is why that country will never see that visible development. There are so many people doing nothing and collecting more. That is just the truth. And they don't want to work.
You see, is the way you are looking at it. Let me tell you one thing. If there's anybody that has no business of collecting the good level of revenue they are collecting, is the federal government. That is why the senator and the honorables in the National Assembly, that is why they can be earning what they are earning. Because what they are stealing is they are stealing the resources of the local government and the states. Because when they share that money, because normally during the Second Republic, there were no senator, no political leaders were any this type of rubbish they are earning today. So if they, you know,
they were not. They didn't exist that time now.
Who?
We don't have senators in the 70s now. Do we have senators? We don't have all those things now. They are military
we have
now.
National Assembly. Yeah, no. I mean, in the Second Republic is what I'm even talking
Even the local government came to be. We started having local government during Obasanjo regime. That was when we started having local government.
Baba that brought all of this
1976, because I even up to the end of Second Republic, it was 301 total number of local government. I think 160 in the north. Then that's where the problem started when the military administrator just came
The
in.
military, they are the ones started. They just took a knife and started dividing anything divisible.
Anyhow, they like
Anyhow.
So they were just using those things to compensate themselves. So the thing is this, to me, like this revenue sharing, you understand, if I am away, I think the federal government should be getting more than 10% because that is where the problem is. Federal government unnecessarily attracts so much to itself so that they will be getting shock of that money.
But Ola, don't you
Yeah,
think
one
even the
second. If you guys can hear me, Allah, and I guess Sinbad. What about, you guys said it yourself, most of these local government or the states, they are not productive at all. So rather, the federal government is doing those local governments a favor by collecting money from states like maybe Lagos State and Ogun State, right? So they can divvy that money to those local government or states that don't have any way of generating revenue. Okay, so we can blame the federal government, but I think at this juncture they are probably doing the best for everyone, even though they themselves they're not a good stewards of the revenue that they collect. But our friend here, Adewale, talking earlier, Adewale, you still there? Because you're
I'm
quick to
here.
condemn. Yeah, you're quick to condemn Nigeria for having so many local governments or government workers that they
No, no,
cannot
no, no, no.
afford.
Well,
Let me land. Let me land.
See, we want to take us to Trump
we won't allow them to
Palava
go
now.
to America now. Because people will start talking
Okay, continue, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, but when in America when they try to get rid of non-productive government workers or agencies, people like you jumping up and that you are an enigmatic. So they're firing government workers, but they've been able to shut down and get rid of a bunch of workers that and nothing's happened or affected the productivity of the government. So and the point here is that there's no doubt in Nigeria and other places that local government or the federal government is always overblown with workers. I mean, they have to create jobs also. It's understandable
no,
that
that's
it's
not the,
overblown. They
that
have to
shouldn't
create
be the
jobs.
primary.
Go ahead.
That shouldn't be the primary focus of any serious minded government. Local government is not created to create jobs. We have people leaving the workforce, and then you have people, new young, Nigerians being recruited to work in those places, not just to, we need to have population that productive in a way, not just. Sorry, I'm kind of distracted a little bit here. But you can't say that local government should be primarily focused on employment. How many people can they employ? Where would the money come from? Is it going to be based on the federal allocation, or do they have any other source of generating revenues to pay these people? No, no, Prince Daddy.
I would have support the idea that maybe more allocation to the state, but unfortunately, I discovered that an average Nigeria does not care about their state governor or their local government chairman.
Simba, local government should local government chairman and councillor should be skilled enough to find. Okay, go ahead.
They are fixated on the presidency alone. And if you look at it, the major development in that country, Nigeria, most of the big roads or major development are done by the federal government. And if you put more money, take a lot of money from them, give it to the state, those guys will just be pocketing it again. They won't do nothing. At the end of the day, they are the people in the local level, in the state, they won't say nothing. They will keep quiet there. They will just
Even Remy, even the money that we are talking about, safe. How much is the money?
I know
You
it's not.
understand? You can imagine. Let me tell you. Even now that we are talking about increasing revenue. Let me tell you. Can you imagine that apart from probably Lagos, Delta, or or Rivers. There is no state in Nigeria that budgeted $1 billion as they have a budget of $1 billion.
As annual budget.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What can you do with that, with this humongous population that we have? Our demand kept increasing every day. Every day.
Don't you think it's high time the legislature or the federal government also sat down that, look, we have to do family planning by force? Because when you continue to these
you are going to where the Adewale was talking about earlier.
Because there must be like 2 children to one family, or at what?
But you can only even do that where you can even, if you even know, how will you track people? How will you know who deliver who and who is the father or mother of who? How many can we even track our population? Do you even know what is happening to each individual? You don't even know what is happening. If a woman start having kids, can have 5, 6, 7 kids inside her room.
7 children. We are talking about South. What about the North that they are just churning out from the age of 12 or 13? No accountability. Just continue. Once they are 1, 2, or 3.
You understand? China was able to do that because they have data, they have the way they monitor everybody. In Nigeria, there's no way you can monitor.
Authoritarian society, leadership, to force people. They don't joke with that. They don't joke with their law. You must have 1 child. If do you know what they did, Simba? So you come. Can you believe that if they catch you with 8 months, you hide it, 8 months pregnancy, they will make sure that they abort it for you. The government will not they will abort it for you by fire.
They will catch you and abort it for you.
I'm telling you, they will remove it. That's
okay. I'm glad you said that, Remy, and I was waiting for you to go there. See, you and Sinbad and the rest. You don't think poor people deserve to live? I know that's how you guys think. If you're poor,
okay, we don't want to allow
poor
people to breathe, Please,
you don't believe that poor people
maybe
should
he has
live.
like 10 or 20 children.
You think only rich people like you deserve to be breathing? All the poor people, you should kill all the poor people, right? Is that what you guys think?
When you look at
but please, Daddy, jokes apart, didn't you see a reason from what you're about? Jokes apart, what we are talking about.
But if people listen, let me, you said earlier about the man that you saw, the gate man that had like 4 children, perhaps more. Right. But the thing is that if you don't have nothing to do, what do you think? See, what you're describing right there in the America in the 60s, 40s, even perhaps in the 70s, women were having children. Women that stayed home. In America, could you believe that, for example, that white women were having like 7 children or more? I know people that say, "Oh, my family started with like 12 children." Here in America, why? Because the women stayed home. But in today's America or the Western world, where women have opportunities, they go to school, they can work. Now we see the population kind of dwindle, whereby they have careers or whatever. So that's the reality of many places around the world. So
Please,
you blame these people. But what do you want them to do? If that woman
it's not a blame game. We are not doing blame game here. Please, Adi. What we are trying, we are just trying to look for solution.
Remy
we are not blaming anybody.
Remy is not looking for solution. Remy wants to kill them.
It's very expensive. Prince Daddy, they say in America, if you don't have the right insurance, it's very expensive to have babies. Maybe that's one of the reasons why people are not also turning out baby like Nigerians. Prince Daddy?
Well, depending on the state, there are many other resources. Listen, you're not going to be pregnant and you want to have a baby, and you go to the emergency room and they're going to deny you. You're going to have that baby. You're going to have that baby. They're going to deliver you, and you will be fine. If you can pay the bill or not, that's another thing. And sometimes they have other programs whereby they can pay for you. So it's not. Health insurance is very expensive. There's no doubt about that.
Can you give us
but there are certain services that you cannot be denied of.
Can you give us, because I watched a YouTuber the other day telling us about It's a white YouTuber. They have a baby, and they end up paying about almost $20,000 for their baby.
Oh, yeah, that's easy. But
The total package is about $37,000, but because they have insurance and everything like that, they end up paying about. Do you know that here in Finland is zero? You don't pay nothing. $20,000. Come on, man. Maybe we should.
Because hold on, you guys pay high taxes. You don't pay for your military, and there's so many. You guys are free. You're kind of a socialist society. Also, there are a lot of things you guys don't pay for. There's a lot of things you don't pay for that allows you guys those kind of largesse or opportunity that you're talking about here. But
because
listen.
When they have a baby too, they also give them a special package, a big box that contains shoes, clothes, so many baby food, so many stuff they're going to give them in the beginning.
But they are doing that to encourage them because they know that the fertility rate is even negative in your so you can't be comparing that now.
But I was just shocked that in America they pay huge amount of money for having a baby. I can't believe it.
Hold on, Remy. What you saw or what you watch is not. It's true. It is true, absolutely true. But you got to keep one thing in mind. That's just part of what you know. There are many other ways that people can have babies and they don't pay. Of course, if you have insurance and your insurance does not cover everything, you have to pay out of pocket. That's just the way it works. But if you can afford it, again, nobody's going to deny you the opportunity to give birth to a baby.
How many percentage of Americans, if they have baby, they don't pay? Is it up to like 40% that they can get this kind of resources or program you are talking about? Are they up to 50% of the total population that?
I don't know, but what I'm telling is that you cannot
you
be denied.
Don't know. You have been living there for more than 4 or 5 decades. You don't know. How about Adewale?
I don't know the percentage.
No, let's go back to that local government. I beg. I want to. No, you see something is this. I've always been someone that always believe in possibility. And when we see impossibility, that means there's a problem to solve. In this life, as far as I'm concerned, no such thing as impossibility. No such thing as non-sustainability. Because when you see people going to the space and they're even seeing this earth that we are, that we can see aircraft flying and all those stuff, it's telling you that there's nothing that is possible for human once we are ready to solve a problem. I think one of the biggest problems we have in the country is that when you have people like Dr. Simba running away, and you have Remy and Prince Daddy hiding somewhere in the United States of America, and you are allowing some school dropouts to be at the ends of our affairs, that's where the problem starts. They will create this type of problem we are trying to solve today, and they make us believe we are not viable. Let me tell you something what I know. You know, back in all those local villages that you see, some are into, is it lumbering they call it, or what they call it, those people that is sawmilling or whatever. Even you see some people manufacturing paper, you know, the book that we're using. You see some people manufacturing plastic. All those things were not uncommon those days. So the thing is, there is a way you can position your local government that those things will be coming there. Where there's bomb break now, you understand? Although it could be, maybe it was a former on those state project, whatever. All those who wear glass, all do at this time. All those in the youth to spread, yeah. And not those of Besse River Basin, where they used to have this was it time cola then? All those stuff. Look at those in all those rural areas. It was only when the military took over that all those things started getting worse. You could dairy farm, you know. I think there are about 3 dairy farm in the old Ondo state only. So It's just because we lost all these things. That was why we think all these areas are not viable. They are. Even those things that is used to be agriculture and all those stuff. Do you know? There's one. Do you know the tonnage of plantain banana that were planted those days just to for the use of beauty? I know some rubber plantation in Ekiti. So the thing is, it depends on the way we look at this thing. To me, federal government is taking too much. It's just like when you allow this CBN now to have too much this to the extent that the Mayfield was stealing. Federal government is having too much. So all those local government we are saying, if you
Ola, the money that federal government is sharing, are they coming from what this local government that you are talking about? Their money is not coming from them now. It's not as if they are taking their money.
Let's look at
okay, your own local government. What is federal government getting from your own local government? Just tell me.
Let's look at
it is zero now. What do you expect? What are you getting from it?
It's zero. Nothing.
Okay. I'm not an
Hey, they're even doing you a favor for giving you the little that they are giving you. You produce nothing.
That's what I said earlier.
Anything.
I said the federal government is doing them a favor by collecting money from everybody else to distribute, amongst the different local governments.
Let me ask you a question. Now, tell me, are you saying when you go to Elisha, for example, to mine gold, are you saying that Elisha is not within a particular local government?
Now, you cannot just let me they won't talk about their own state.
It's not. We just have to use that as an example.
No,
you understand? Okay, let's say even the gold that you are talking, and that's what Prince Daddy was talking about. Probably maybe it's from one or two local governments in Osun State, and that is what you are now going to distribute to 700 and something. What is this?
Let me tell you, before Igbo came at all, the people of Kano, they were known for their industry was hide and skin. Just one among their industries, not just the industry, the hide and skin that people were even buying, they were interacting with them in such trade even before the colonial master came. Now, even during our own first republic, the northern part of the country, they were known for cotton,
granite,
and so many things. The people of the eastern states, they were known for their coal, their palm oil, their palm kernel, and some other produce. Ekiti was known for cocoa.
Cocoa and yam. But do you have yam in your area anymore? That's a salad.
Wait now. You before they destroy all those things, doesn't mean we cannot rebuild. At least a step at the journey of 1,000 years start with a step. We should not just say we should not. What I'm saying is this: the problem started when the federal government started hijacking those resources. They started hijacking those resources. So federal government hijack resources because when we start saying, no, what are those things in those local government? I'm telling you that the aggregates of those local government resources is what we are getting from state. The aggregate of state resources is what the federal government is getting. Oil is coming from a local government in the south. Some local government in the south. The palm kernel we are talking there, Nakoko, all those we are talking now, they were coming from certain local government those days.
Why are you fixated on the federal government? Why are you not looking at the present local government as it's constituted and make them more resourceful and more so that they can generate more money instead of saying,
like for example, why can't you take them back to the farm? People like Ola will send back to Nigeria.
Federal is where
they just sort of conclude very fast.
No,
they send people like Adewale and Ola back to Ekiti, so they can be supervised on those big farm.
Just listen to the basics of this thing. The question is this: okay, what's the revenue sharing formula between the federal government and the states? And look
I think it's 52,
Yes.
48. The 48 is
48.5.
for both. Is 48 for both local government and the state.
Yes. And
good.
the federal
Why
government
should so now ask yourself questions? What was the federal government doing with 52%? What are they doing?
What are they
They will share the money between the Senate.
Yes.
And the federal government will have the
and judiciary, and they will do a
understand?
lot of
Ola, let me ask you. What is the budget for the both House of Assembly? Because we normally focus on things that are maybe because we are just hearing people say. What is the budget, the total budget for the two arms of the assembly that we have now? What is the total budget for them in a year?
No, forget about that. The fact
No, we cannot. Don't because we know sometimes we talk about things that are not actually very important, but we make it as if how much is it? Are they getting 1 trillion?
Well, let's come from the root. What is the federal government doing with 52%? Let us start from there. We have 36 states and 700 and something local governments. So those states and local government, they are sharing 40%, and the federal government is taking 52%. Tell me, what are they doing with 52%? Let's start the accountability from that. It's just because they've taken all those duties. Okay, now.
So, Ola, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you something. You know, there are some exclusive rules for federal government, security, for example. How much do you think? I'm not saying their performance now. Don't say they are not providing security. How much do you think? What percentage of the budget do you think the federal government should put towards security?
That would be too simplistic because
no, that's what
where I'm asking this question.
Nola, hold on. That's what countries do. They set aside their key areas. They set aside.
Okay.
Maybe for education, they say want to increase percentage education to 5%. Security is key. What percentage do you think they should put in security?
What percentage
does the
government of Canada take from? What percentage does the government of Canada take from revenue being generated in Canada?
Now they are going to put like 5% to is it 1% to NATO or something recently? They say
out of 100%, what percentage is the government of Canada and the central taking from all the money generated?
Making from, I think because of their, I think they get like 15%. But my challenge is that because their own responsibility is not as much as the responsibility of federal government in Nigeria, but we are going to.
That is what I'm saying.
Hold on now. We are going to divest that. But as it is today, we have not. So, for example, there are some security. I'm just trying to ask. I'm just trying to ask, what percentage do you think? There's no way they can divest security from federal government, like military. What percentage of the national quota do you think should go to military?
No, that's too simplistic. That's what I'm saying. That's not
that's what countries do now. That's how they do it.
Patoski, let me lay the basis. Maybe you join us.
The question why I want ourselves so that we answer together. Remy? Is Remy there?
Yes, sir. I guess, sir.
Good. Reason how you make me come. At the end, say, what are they doing? They should go to the farm. You have said that, Nabi?
Yes. I said
you have said it several times. Do you have family in Nigeria?
Yes.
How many of them are on the farm? If you have your children in Nigeria,
you cannot be asking that kind of personal question.
Nobody.
Patoski, what is the reason for your question? What is the reason for your question?
I don't mind you, I don't understand.
Patoski,
I want us to know that.
No, let us even know why are you asking that question.
I'm asking that question because
you want to send them to the farm.
No, I'm asking that question because when we point one finger at other people, the remaining
hold on. For the agrarian society now.
Look at in the normal society, the only person who get mouth if he talk for you na Simba is in farming.
I'm also in farming also.
Hold on now, no. In the farm for outside, he dey even farm for his house. So even if his children no farm the one with the outside, the one inside their house, I'm sure the children do it. It's not there now. I'm sure that he wants to hide it. So all of us, when we say make people go farm, all of us, let us also
go back. Let us go back to that sharing formula between the federal government before we leave it. Look at this way. When I said, before you came, I said the federal government of Nigeria, in order just to steal resources from the
you just want to call a dog a bad name. Why are you?
that they are holding that
this argument? Let someone land. Let us have discussion. Now, even in the First Republic, we knew that the regions they control universities.
No. That's not true. That's not true, Ola. That's not true.
That's what?
They have, he said in the First Republic, the region that control university. It's not true.
Yes.
No, it's not the region that control university.
It's not the control. It's not.
It's federal government.
They are federal universities. Forget it.
Federal
in the First Republic.
Yes.
UI, for example.
UI was a federal university. Unilag was a federal university. The only regional university that we have in Western region was OAU.
Federal government was controlling UI.
They have a lot, and that was why all those that were regional. Wait, Ola. That was why people like Awolowo, all of them are clamoring to go to the federal level. They have a lot of things that federal education, so many things that they are in charge. Okay, how come they put all the Igbos as the VC of all those universities, Unilag, UI, all those days?
Did you know why Awolowo even built OAU? Remember, it was because of marginalization. Now they were marginalizing the Southwest in UI.
In UI, even employment, they don't employ them.
Kennedy K was the vice chancellor of University of Ibadan in Ibadan. The registrar, all of them, most of them were from the
even
East.
all the workers, students,
they were all from the East. So they went to complain to Awolowo. Awolowo said, "Okay, don't worry.
Really?
We will build your own now." Awolowo said, "We will build your own." So the first campus of OAU was that Ibadan Polytechnic. Was a temporary campus. You will see the back of UI. That was the temporary campus for University of Ife. They now moved to Ife.
Okay. But can we have such a leader like that?
Okay, you're making a lot of assumptions to make your point. Allah is making a lot of assumptions to make his point. So you got to know the history. You can't just be bamboozling us with all this information Allah. So you got to keep it real.
Ola, even UNN and ABU, they were regional universities now.
You will not. We are not having discussion. We are just flexible about who win argument. So that's why I just keep quiet.
No, we are not trying to win argument now.
That is that because when someone speaks, let me tell you.
Formula. Let's continue.
Even let me tell you, Ola, Ola, you know what you are trying to say, as if the region controls education, and that's even secondary school education. Majority of they were even under the federal. All those federal government colleges that time.
A lot of schools.
At independence, you understand, to the best of my knowledge, the region control the education. Now, in order to hijack UI, the National Assembly, just the way the Assembly then, just the way they made a law to carve Midwest out of Western region. You understand? They went without the same conspiracy to just hijack University of Ibadan. You understand? But when you look at the university you're talking about,
it was not built by the region.
Gary.
It was not built by the region. They didn't hijack it from the region. Ola, I think you are not making that point. You get what I'm saying? UI was not.
We are not having discussion here. Even if you want to.
No, we are trying to correct something so that we continue.
You don't correct what you do not even let me land.
No, you said they hijacked it. Didn't hijack it. That's the wrong word to
So
use.
if
They
they
didn't
didn't
hijack
hijack
you.
it, why the enactment? Why the enactment of why the enactment of
You
1962?
UI
To
was
make University of
originally
Ibadan
built
federal.
by the federal now. Was not built by Awolowo now.
In
UI
fact,
was built by Oyinbo.
I remember even Akintola was the federal, he was a commissioner, they used commissioner those days, federal commissioner for education. And that was why they
Was built by
put all
Oyinbo.
those things now. It was the
Please tell me
colonial master that built them now.
Awolowo's was not. It used to be Premier College now of UK. It was the College of University of London or something. The University of Ibadan you have today was the College of University of London or something. Was college of one of the universities in London.
If we look at Nigeria today, even we are talking about percentage. Okay, what percentage was we allocated to education? You can imagine that you have a budget that you are budgeting almost 80% for recurrent expenditure.
Let me tell you, Simba and Patoski. At the end of the day, what we're doing now is that we're just arguing. We're not having discussion. Now,
okay, we will allow you to talk. You will not. Okay, just continue say what you want to say. Just talk. You can talk for 5 minutes.
So even if someone was
becomes
wrong,
a discussion.
don't call and let's just land and do that focus on that topics. Because like Patuski said, he was going to give something the other time. At the end of the day, we lost all the trail of that thought. The thing I'm saying is this: look at it from this situation. Even let us just pick an example of this thing. The first question I asked Patuski is that how much is the federal government of Canada taking from the entire revenue? He said probably like 15%. Now, the question I'm asking now is this: why is Nigeria federal government taking 52%? And I'm not telling you that if we really want to practice federal system, you understand, we need to practice it properly. At least the worst case scenario, let's have the prototype of what we used to have in the 60s. Not for you to hijack Nigeria House in the UK, just because you want to federalize everything. Not for you to hijack WNTV or whatever, the one that Awolowo created. Not for you to hijack some of Odua investment before they now went and enacted another one in 1976.
Ola, can you check if you have another? Can you check what was the revenue sharing before the abolition of the regional government? And let's see how much federal government was collecting.
Let's even forget about that. I ask you a simple question: should federal government be doing what they are doing? Just because I make a simple reference.
You have
no, Ola, for the fact that, let me tell you this, because I don't want us to get fixated on one. If you think where you are today, the way they are doing it is working. I can also give you example of countries where federal government is controlling everything and is working for them.
But do they have our diversity?
So for the fact that we have our own this thing, was we actually do it the way other countries do it? That I know in Saudi Arabia where I work, everything is centralized.
Most of Asian countries, everything is centralized, and they have a good security police system to enforce everything.
What was the diversity like? What's the diversity like before we just?
What do you mean by diversity?
Diversity, because talking about diversity in those countries, they will be messed up. Okay, that is why they have a very strong immigration that they don't allow that diversity you are talking about. Because everybody should not follow the Western world.
Wait, look at it today now. Our way of life in the Southwest is different from the way of life in another part of the country. Our way of life is different from that of Igbo people. Even Igbo people way of life is totally different from the people of the South. It's telling you that we are not the same. That is why we are still, when you hear people
but what kind of solution would you prefer for that kind of country? Is it not the way they are doing it now? I agree with you that if they remove I agree with you that if they remove some money from the federal allocation and spread it to the state, but at the same time, I'm also very I'm a little bit scared.
So Ola, so what you are saying now is our diversity that is making this centralization not to work. Is that what you are insinuating?
The question is this: how can two work together if they do not agree? If you are, if there are two people that are separate culturally, they are separate in the way they think, how will they agree? Even down to Yoruba, you say, so the thing is, in the South, why you want to do education, you want to do Western education. Some group in the North are telling you that Western education is haram. I wish sharing the same area, the same thing. In the South, where we want to domesticate animals and these things, some people they say their way of life is to be roaming around. Are we the same? So the thing is, if you don't have a common,
okay, shall I have some to interject also? So that diversity you're talking about, like, it's kind of a cop out, like an excuse. You're making an excuse. When we're making talking like this, we have to make comparison with other places. There's no place in this world, in even the countries that you think they have the monolith, they have diversity also. So because something's not working, it's not because of diversity. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Wait. Get this right. I'm not, see, if you are having challenges, your diversity can create challenges. You have to find a common ground to work. I was trying to suggest what they are doing when they have diversity. Okay, now, when I was trying to give an example now, look at the city, look at my city now. We have our airport, we have our own university, we have our own police, we generate our own electricity. You understand? But in Nigeria, until recently, it is the federal government that want to generate everything, and the federal government is not even managing properly. But where
now he's talking about the structure, not the diversity. Even before the centralized system that we have now, or until recently, right? When we had the original form of system of governance, a lot of things were decentralized and things worked accordingly. So I understand your point that with the differences, we can capitalize on our strengths and weaknesses based on what part of the region we come from. But to try to shift the argument that because of diversity, that's why we can have I see your point, but it doesn't gel. It's not the right approach.
No, because
hold on. We can work. We can
Good night,
function.
guys.
We can
I have to go to
function
bed.
in the.
Okay.
All right, I'll do it later. We can function in a structured environment that's productive. As much as we talk about diversity talking about here, over these years, Nigeria is kind of merged as one, somewhat, when it comes to the way we think and do a lot of things. Nigeria is more a unison as the country, really, if you think about it, than maybe, 20, 40 years ago. So let's not use diversity as an excuse to why things are not working out. Diversity can be a strength at the same time.
Prince Daddy, you see that's the danger of when someone is explaining and interjection just to the discussion wide. We move away from the focus of this. This thing started from when I was asking that what was the federal government doing with 52% of the allocation of the country? The agitation for self-determination, self-actualization in that country by our elders has always been based on our diversity. The basis for our regional government then was based on our diversity. We are different nations, so we want to do things differently. Why the North were using the
you don't want to shift to the argument. Now hold on. Okay, to help us understand.
Please, Daddy.
Hold on. Give us some concrete examples about what you're talking about that we cannot work together as one. That we so much need that diversity in order to function. Please tell us. Lecture us.
It's not a matter of not working together as one. You understand? You should let everybody within the system of Nigeria govern themselves. Federal government don't have to do electricity for all those states. You don't have to tell, okay, if the southern part of the country want to have the way they build their school, they carry out the education, the whatever. Allow another part of the country to do the same. Those are the things I'm talking about, our diversity. You understand? You may build your school in the north now, and you say, okay, in the northern part of the country, I'll be covering my head, I'll be wearing hijab, no problem. That's your region. But if you're in the south, I want to do my curriculum this way. This is how I want my students to dress. That's my way. So in the southern part of the country, if I say, okay, I don't want to generate my electricity, I want to buy from the Republic of Benin, let it be. But we are still Nigeria. We can always contribute money for our unity.
No, but that's already in place now. You can also do that.
All these things are already in place now.
Cultural differences. You talk about cultural differences. That's not really diversity. You know, if they allocate funding for each state or each region, they can use their funding to do
diversity is what
they can use their funding to do whatever they want to do.
You are not getting. See, this thing, the matter of diversity came from self-determination. You understand? Let every region go and do whatever they like.
He's already on board now, but they're already doing it. Technically, let me tell you. Let me give you an example. Doctor.
Okay,
let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. That's Darati. My university where I graduated from, you get it. Currently, let me say you currently did not have any business with PXCN.
Darati, please hold on. Let Simba talk, then you come after Simba. Please. Because let's not have a structure to Simba, please go ahead.
I've forgotten what I wanted to say, sir.
Okay, can Darati go on?
Let's go to Darati.
Okay, Darati, you can unmute and go on.
Ondo. So Ondo cannot even finish 1,250 right now. If they really put that, they can supply some guys within the adjoining states. So if everybody, Oyo State is doing 500 megawatts, they already done 11 and they are moving on to the next 500 and they want to even sell to Benin Republic. Ogun is doing its own. Ekiti started it in 3 megawatt power plant, 5 megawatt power plant or so. So let everybody begin to work at that level. We are the problem of ourselves, not even diversity alone. I later got to know that if we are serious, if each university is able to do its things, UI, I was speaking to a UI professor that was telling me that he is ashamed of UI. That if UI that had ministers of health and so a medical doctor for them that came from that particular university to become the minister for health, and they could not fix renewable energy alternative to make sure that they have power. I said he was ashamed of them. That right now there are some universities in Nigeria right now, they are not on the national grid. And I gave you an example of the university where I graduated. That's FUNAB in Abeokuta. 3 megawatt power plant. See, 24 hours electricity for the past how many months now. They've inaugurated it and they are using it and they are okay. Let every state begin to do that. Many of these countries that we talk about, it's not as if there's anything special. Look at the United Hospital that Barry died from.
Let me lead you to how we get to the argument properly. Now, there's this case for more local governments, right? So they were not saying, okay, all those local governments, they cannot fund themselves, they don't have resources. Now, my theory then was that the resources of local government and the resources states are using come from the local government, and the one that federal government is using come from the state. Now, and I said, okay, when federal government take all those resources, federal government now take 52% and give local government and state just 48%. I'm now saying, was it that the federal government is doing 52%, that the federal government should shed more? And now, I want to adopt the model that Patuski just mentioned now. The federal government should take 15%. I said because the federal government take much. That is why the National Assembly members and the federal and all those people in the federal executive, that is why they are earning so much.
Hold on, sir. Let me ask you this. You be saying this is, yeah? The money they are giving the state and local government for now, what are they doing with it? Because every single person in Nigeria and abroad, Every single person in Nigeria and abroad, the only thing they're talking about is federal. The one they're giving them now, what are they doing with it? Where is the impact?
They are not
I
using
mean,
it
that's what
well.
Nigerian people.
Just
And you have to educate it for more for them. They should even cut their
I think
salary. They should cut the money.
See, I get your point. I get your point. The question is this: should federal government be even owing that money? Because we are even saying, what are they doing with it? What are they doing with it? The question that I'm asking you is this: if you are not having excess money at there, how will you be changing vehicle for the senator every 4 years when they go to that place? You give them furniture allowance. They are earning more than even those people that are doing legitimate job aside from the government job that is being sponsored by the taxpayer payer money. I'm now saying because they have excess, that is why they are misbehaving. That part of whatever they have, check on the state. Now,
Ola, what give you what give you? Let's talk. He said the discussion. We are discussing now. Why are you saying this? What you are saying now? What makes you think that is not happening in the state? That like this that you are talking about, that even the state of the assembly, do you know how much they give them? Do you know they buy vehicle for them? All these things that you are claiming happening at the national level also happen at the subnational.
Wait. I'm not saying it's not happening in the state, but that's what the federal government is planning to us, right? The question, okay, how were they paying federal legislators during the Second Republic? At least you are neither here, you can tell us. How were they paying them? When the federal government gets this,
we should not be advocating for more money for the state and local government. For the fact that we are not calling them out, we should be calling them out for what they are earning for now. That should be the contention.
I think, Mr. Ola, let me say this. I think what you are saying, you are one way right. But the problem that many Nigerians are having right now, in fact, I posted something on that today. I saw a video of Tinubu talking about what you are talking about. I can send the video. I can send the link to the something that probably you can play. Somebody can play it. You will see that the money was not actually percolating. The money given to the state was not percolating enough. But that will still be the best bet for us to give the state more money. But we need to first of all hold them accountable to use more the one that they have been given now.
They have not demonstrated the capacity to
use more. Yes. So I think what we can do is this. We can use that regional, what do you call it? Since we now have a Ministry of Regional Development, using the Southwest Development Commission, the Northeast Development Commission, South, use it to push more money that will impact the people at the local level. Now, showing them now that you can see what we are doing with the money that we are getting, that we are giving through the what do you call that space. Then there may be some constitutional rearrangement as regards to how the money will be shared, so that the state can get more. Then people will be they will give you orientation, because let me tell you, Nigerians are illiterate. Politically, I'm not saying education, I'm talking about politically. An average Nigerian does not know anything about governance. President ni everybody they don't understand how to collect it. So we need to do serious reorientation to Nigerians to now that the local government council and the state council very well. So that's it.
The fact that the state governors are not
okay. All right,
Garrity, I want to ask you.
1 second.
Sorry,
Garrity,
Prince, sorry. Garrity.
Yes.
On your state is do you say they have a power plant of 1,150 megawatts, or what are you saying?
No. Ondo. Davido's father just finished it. He just finished it, $2 billion, 1250 megawatts, and he's expecting gas.
But that is not for Ondo State now. It's a federal thing now.
No, it's more of a private stock with government.
Meant for Ondo State alone.
I want to ask is that
no, it's not meant for Ondo State again.
That power plant from Davido family, can Ondo and Ekiti State alone, is it enough for them?
Yes, just 1,500. I think it's about 1,500 megawatt.
Is it enough for?
I'm telling you, it will be enough. But in the next few years, because it will make the drive economy, bring in investment, and a whole
No,
lot of
let me
things.
let me let me ask you guys.
It
Do you
should not
think
be enough.
that
It should not be enough in the next few years. The next 1 to 3 years, 5 years.
do you guys think that the problem with power in Nigeria is mainly generation?
It's transmission. It's actually transmission. It's actually transmission and
Majority,
distribution.
let me tell you, majority of
distribution.
people are not getting power in Nigeria because of distribution.
Yes, we know.
Yes.
But you know that
It's even transmission. It's even transmission. Our transmission lines are bad. They are below capacity.
Since last month, 6 or 7 states are now solely independent for generation, transmission, and distribution. Ondo is there. Oyo is there. Lagos is about to perfect their own. There are some non-central states, 1 or 2 in the north.
Abia too.
So, take them off from the national grid totally. Have your own plant and
exactly
your own people. So
okay, so Prince Daddy want to talk earlier on. Prince Daddy, what do you want to say?
Now, I was going to make a comment about what Darcy said about Nigerians are illiterate about the political system. Not really. I mean, it's because that's the orientation. Just like everybody points to the federal government for everything. That's the way we've been brought up. Not because they are illiterate. That's what we know. So now maybe we need some reorientation, right? To disabuse ourselves from that kind of way of thinking. It's not because the people are illiterate.
Exactly.
That's just the way they've been taught to think.
Yeah, you know that for a long time the governors normally use that. They use that platform to whip up sentiment against any government, anybody in power. Yes, yes.
See, Prince Daddy. See, you see before the military destroy everything. I'm very sure. I was stubborn that time. You understand? I'm very sure that people were naturally defaulting to their local government and state. At least I can tell you from the early 80s experience. The thing is this: federal government, everything, NEPA, exclusive. 90 before they deregulated, exclusive. Business of custom, exclusive. Police, exclusive. Everything. That is why people build to know local federal government. It will take serious
but Ola, sorry, you will continue your. Continue.
So see, now that we are now trying, like this issue of power now that we are moving back now, they will need a lot of education and orientation to start redirecting people back to their state government and local government. And that was wrong.
Exactly.
Because the federal government attracted so much like NEPA, 910, all those things, they have excuses to attract money to themselves then. But now that we no longer have 910, that is now private business, that we no longer have Nigerian Airways, that is mostly the private business, that power now is going private now. The question is, what excuse why is the federal government giving for holding on to so much because we are not using? That's why we are having that. So give it to the state and let us carry all our craziness. Go to that state.
To the governor.
State governors are they are thief. We know they are Jaguda. The question is this now. Instead of all of us here now talking of Tinubu now, someone that will be dealing with Soludo will be dealing with Soludo. I'll be dealing with Bao in Ekiti and LA of Ogun State. Those people that want to be dealing. That's what I'm saying. But as long as people see here that 52% goes to the federal, the focus will still be there. Why do you think all this article and everything? Why do you think they won't finish themselves? And why do you think all those people that just left yesterday? Why do you think they are going to that federal? It's just because of that good resources.
The money is there. Nigeria will make a business. Nigeria will make a big mistake if they don't allow these guys to do 2027. I'm telling you.
Don't let us change our discussion.
We need to break. We need to break.
We are not doing politics today.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. we need to break those things. We need someone that can do that thing, that can do what Ola is talking about. We need somebody that can do that.
Ola, let me ask you a question. You know, each time now we talk, everybody will talking resource control, regional. You know, that regional government that time, in fact, there were a lot of problems that time, and that was what led to the collapse of that regional government. And then also, because every time we talk now, we see it as if that's the only solution to the problem that we have. We also have examples of countries, even within West Africa, that are still practicing regional government. And we can't see the development. You can't even see the improvement. So what do you think? Do you think that even by the time we revert to it, this thing will still remain, the problem will still remain, and then we'll now be looking for another reason for our failure?
Let me tell you
Man,
what.
I don't believe in that
Lagos State
regional
have
government.
been able to show. Lagos State have been able to show example of progress, even though it may not be the level we want. Ogun State have been able to show some level of progress. You understand? Even though I'm not going to say the governors are still not stealing. Even Oyo State is not that bad to be sincere.
Oyo State is bad. Say the truth.
I say it's not that bad. I'm not.
It's bad though. It's bad. What has he done? What has he done? That's a clueless guy.
Okay. Let me say. The last time when I made mistake about
Simba.
the last time when I made a mistake about Kwankwaso now, people corrected me and I retracted my word that time, right? Now imagine a situation now where you give Kwankwaso more money, you give Lagos State more money, and you give Ogun State more money, and you let them allow the resources. I know those people that will still be sponsoring Arch. And those people would have been sponsoring.
I'm sponsoring wedding.
Would they like for
I can guarantee
for van.
If you get to the stage in that
country, become your first.
Kenny, mute yourself, please.
So if you get to the stage in that country that the state will start doing activity and fence those people that be coming from other states to benefit of. So what will happen is those people
no matter what you are going to say here, those northern, especially that northwest and northeast, they will still continue to have their problem. Let's face our side first. Please continue about the electricity that I want to know about that, so that I can propel develop our area. Because at the end of the day,
and what else do you want him to say about electricity? He has said everything.
No, many of the things I've already said there. You know, it's just about just like what we said earlier on. You see, some of the things, they are not rocket science. Honestly speaking, I was watching a video today.
Dorothy, because Ola was saying that because federal government corner everything, that is why we are having. Now that they have removed the electricity, railway, which one also? There are three now.
Electricity, they have removed correctional center too.
Correctional center. How many states? Just wait now. How many states have they now made effort to even take that advantage? How many states?
No,
we have not seen any states that built. We have not seen any state that built their own correctional center. Railway. We have not even seen them coming together to say, okay, we want to consult rail.
And Kaduna,
we have not even seen
Kaduna is taking
up with their own electricity generation.
At least even Southwest, Simba, Southwest supposed to connect train together. Or Ekiti, Ondo, connection, train.
It will happen.
Dorothy, that money that Tinubu is giving to Southeast Investment Company, is that their own regional government and that regional development?
To me, I see that one as a bribe. I see that one as a bribe.
It's going to be. We can't say it's a bribe. Let me talk about it.
Why is he giving the other remaining 5 development?
They will also get their own.
They will also get their own too. You know, there are a lot of free-trade area projects, private partnership projects, and infrastructural investment projects that are going on across board. within those development commissions. So it could be like just like what we are Infraco, Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, that is and also in the concession company, the federal government concession company, that is operating. I mean, how do I put it? Outside of the government intervention like that. So you can use that as a vehicle to do private public partnership. Okay, we want to fix this particular road. Okay, we want to invest in this company. We want to do, and the money will be accrued to the commission, and also the state will be benefiting from those things. So it's just like a kind of opportunity
Okay.
that's
Sorry, Ola.
No, let me wait. Let me you ask a question.
No, 1 second.
No, let me respond to Simba. Simba, you said it the other time that they've given correctional center everything they've given to state. What I'm still telling you that we are not addressing is this. Fine, you've given them all those things.
They should give them more money to do it, Abby. They should give them more money to do it.
Why can't they build correctional center by themselves?
Hold on now. The money you corner you to yourself just because we were doing all those things before. Why don't you add that money along and cut of 52%? I don't want that road in the National Assembly.
No,
and those people, I don't want them to have access to 50%.
it's a process.
It's a process. What I want to ask
it's a process. It's a process.
I agree with you.
The question I want to ask is that
yes?
I know that Adeleke power plant.
That is agreeing. You are not. That is agreeing.
Ola, can they do it this way? Can they do it this way? If the states now are saying, okay, this thing now that you have put in the concurrent list is no longer exclusive, we are doing it now. So they can use that one as an argument to say, okay, that means don't do it again. Give us the allocation. We'll be doing it on our own.
They won't do nothing.
We are going there. We are going to that level. We are going to that level. They are already.
No, Allah, does it make sense?
It makes sense. Let us go carry our madness, go meet our governor. That's what I'm saying. Let us know where. See, if you carry body, give my local government now, I will even be one of those people that will be mobilizing. I say, okay, that Lagbaja, we know in family house is the one collecting it. We go there. How many of us can go to Apabiu? I mean, go to anybody at the National Assembly. But my locality, if you want pay us, go pay us finish. So the thing is this: when we have multiple people cluster in Nigeria facing different people, you carry your wahala go your local government, you carry your wahala go your state.
At least, sorry, Ola, in the next 3 years, if some state can have 24 hours of electricity for God's sake. So that's my question is this. That Adeleke power plant,
I know.
Is it going to where will he get his gas? Because he's complaining about gas. Are they going to lay a pipeline directly from the Niger Delta directly to Do? How does it get gas? That is one.
I think they are working.
I want you to talk more about the deepest seaport that gas directly. You can ask.
What you more, Remy, what you more, for a while.
Yes, I can hear you. I will hear you for a while.
The second one I'm trying to say is that the Dangote seaport in Ogun State that they wanted to construct that we start exporting gas directly from Nigeria to Europe. Can you also lay more light on that one? The truth. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, I think the issue with
minister for
I'm not the minister, but no, what I've seen concerning that issue is, you remember that Abia State also has issues with gas supply at the beginning when Geometric Power started Abia power plant, Abia power plant. So it's some of those teething problems. Because Nigeria is a gas country. You have the 8th or 9th largest gas reserves in the world. So we have not been able to pipe them. We have not been able to pipe them to our. Yes. They don't have no problem with gas. Yes, they have solved some of the. When Tinubu came in, there's this particular gas power pipeline They call it OB3. That OB3 is the one that connects all the southern gas pipelines. They are trying to build the gas. I think that was one of the things that Mele Kyari did. That I give it kudos for, because they are able to build gas power pipelines that links all the southern zone even up to Lagos. But there's still some little minute piping that should go into some of these power plants. They have already built the major gas infrastructure. I mean, the pipelines. You know, all these things that they build in Europe, from Russia to Western Europe. So we have not really been able to do that. So now, right now, they are trying to see how they can then pipe each of those gases, those major pipelines, to all the gas turbines that they are trying to build now, like this Ondo thing too. They have to find a way to pipe it down to the place. And I want to believe that
before you,
the issue has also
Dorothy, before anybody will cite any power plant, think if you want to use gas, you're supposed to take that one into consideration before you even determine where you are going to live.
So one way or the other, they will get it sorted out.
Because if I'm a businessman and I want to do something like that, I know that this is my raw material, because the major raw material is the gas. That is what I'm supposed to even look for first before I will start construction.
Because they cannot need more than 2,000 megawatts. They're supposed to do that on their own now. Bring in investment.
They are doing it too. Makinde, you know, Makinde works with he works in the oil and gas
sector. Using solar. He's using solar. Makinde is using solar.
No, he's using solar. I know the one. I know the one for solar. But they are piping. He's working with Shell to pipe gas towards Oyo right now. Presently, if you browse it, you will see the work that is going on there. They are trying to pipe gas also to Oyo to make sure that at least we're able to generate also from gas also. Ogun is also building its own.
Because they already have a regulatory commission, and the federal government are giving them power to generate, transmit, and distribute. So I don't want to hear any story. Any government that is coming in after him, just fix this electricity in this state and let there be productive venture will take place immediately.
Mr. Do you know that they have transferred to Abia? They have transferred transmission and something to Abia. So it's to Abia State. They have transferred it to
and
they have transferred it to them.
There is something that is going on. Maybe Simba can also.
Something is going on that people don't know.
They said there are some places in Nigeria now and people are trying to come on TikTok and telling that they never took life for 1 month or 2 months or 3 months. They have 24 hours constantly.
That God, Nigerian government should even come on.
Look, Remy, in my area in Ibadan. Ola, let me say this here. In my house in Ibadan, for the past 2 months, they did not take a light in Alakia Adigbai. No, you know Ibadan very well. Yes, my brother told me. Yeah, Alakia Shebu Adigbai, all those areas. That's my house. They give us. No, but Alakia Adigbai. I'm talking of Alakia Adigbai. It's a boy area.
Alakia Adigbai, no, Alakia Bendo, and Alakia.
Yeah. What happened is, no, it's not about it. No, see, this is what happened. There's a guy that used to, you don't know that that's what, listen to me. There's a guy that has a factory in our area. So every time the customer keep blowing up, then the light will be like candle. So some of the association, without them to report that guy, that what you have here is one that destroyed our light. So they took the guy away, they give us new big transformer, and since for the past month now, actually the big up pay. I have to pay I pay 400,000 naira. I send 400,000 naira to my brother in Nigeria. I pay my home. Every household pay their own money. 2 months, no shigby, no light is
Kenny, that was why I was saying earlier on that our major problem in Nigeria is not generation. You understand? We have problem of generation. We are not generating enough. Transmission and distribution.
Yes.
In fact, what we are generating now, our capacity for generation, we cannot even use it. You can't finish what we are generating.
You know a problem? This government, they are not blowing their own trumpet. They are not focused enough.
You know that Baba is smart now. When maybe by December you will start blowing. You can, if you follow this now, you see more.
A lot of things. They are not blowing it. Honestly speaking, they are not blowing anything. They are not blowing anything.
And I don't
See,
even know what to do.
hello, sir. Do you know where I am? I was shocked when I met one of my colleague that is from the southeast. Do you know what he told me? Do you know what he told me? They voiced me. I was almost crying. This is a guy that was very, very negative about Nigeria. All this IPOP thing. You know what he told me? He told me that the Nelfund guys, they paid his son's school fees. As in, that his son now was telling him that, come daddy, I'm not going to pay the money that you sent to me. I'm just going to use it for other things. He said they have paid his school fees. I've met two persons in the last 2 weeks that told me the same thing, that
But
their children
that is the
were
abuse,
too.
Dorothy. That is the abuse of what we are talking about now. Why should somebody that can pay taking that loan?
You know that will
No,
happen.
no. You know what? You know what? No, what I'm saying is that person is he was struggling. Oh, he needs it. Oh, it's not wrong. Oh, the person I'm talking about was struggling. I know some of his personal economic struggle. I
people
know
like
it.
that,
So
people like that need to
He
come out.
struggled to get that money. He almost out of nowhere, because he's even facing some certain issues right now that I know. So when he told me that when he struggled to pay, that the child did not know. Do you know what? The child wanted to pay the money. So he now went online to go and log onto his website, his school website. He was not trying to pay. So the thing did not open. And he already applied for the net fund thing. So now his friend was now telling him that, go and check now. Abi, did you apply for net fund? He said, yes, I applied, but I didn't see anything. He said, go and check your dashboard, in the school dashboard, university website dashboard, whether they are paid for you or something. Probably that's the reason why the money is not coming in. So they have blocked him, that we have paid your money, so you cannot bring in any other money. So you can see how technology is working there. That was what gave that guy to go and check his Nelfund dashboard, and now later saw that, oh, they have paid my money from Nelfund. That's the reason why I could not access my university website to pay
But that's
the school
wrong.
fees.
That's wrong in their own part. They should have put in a system that will make the student know that the money has been paid to them.
The
You know what
problem
I
is
mean?
that most of the people in a certain part of Nigeria, they are skeptical. They won't do it. They will say,
They
it's
are
a lie.
skeptical. You don't know. I'm talking about, they are skeptical. I'm telling you. Did you hear what I said? He said he did not know.
Whether they are skeptical or not, Dorothy, whether they are skeptical or not, there should be a way of communicating with you. You gave me a scholarship or a loan, and I did
I
not
don't
know
know.
that my loan has been
No,
approved. Why?
Where?
Simba is very easy. They have a NEFON dashboard that they created when you want to go for the loan. It is you, the student, you will know. Immediately they pay it, you will already know that they are paying your school fee. That boy,
Mom, but all these students, they have phone number, they have everything. That there should be something like a
They will have
message
even
Even
that
sent
they
it.
message,
can pass
It's
to
message
you.
alert.
possible. It's
They will
possible. No, two
message
things.
you.
Oh.
They
It's
did not
possible
say
they have messaged him. He did not read it, or he intentionally collected the money
Morning.
from the parents so that he can get double money. You know how students need to behave now. But for the fact that that person told me, and I know his economic struggle. You get it? Yeah, but I know his economic struggle.
it will be
That
relieved.
really gave me some. I was relieved that, you mean,
See,
somebody
Dorothy, Dorothy,
can know that the government can be there
Dorothy,
for them. I was relieved.
Dorothy,
Yes,
Dorothy.
yes, yes, sir.
Encourage
I'm
people,
hearing you.
encourage people like that to come online and speak out,
Do you
because
know
people
what
will
was
believe.
trending yesterday? You don't know
People,
what was
hold on,
trending
Remy.
yesterday after you.
People will believe someone like that if you come out, a person coming from Southeast, and come
Let
out and
me
say,
tell
my
you
son.
what was trending yesterday was funny. There's this particular guy, he graduated and he now gives way to go. If not because of NER fund, he won't be able to graduate. It was
Thank you.
trending throughout yesterday. He put a shirt and
Yes,
write
I saw
NER
it.
fund like this.
I saw
Everybody
it.
was
I saw it.
I better go and apply. You see the southern people, we are so bad people here. Why the northern people, they quickly key into that scholarship? The first university, Adobayo, all of them in the north, all of their students, they quickly key in. Apart from the loan for the school fees, some of them are also getting 20,000 naira stipend every month. If you have 3 children or 4 children in the university and they are giving you 20K stipend every month, is that not a relief for you? At least that one will be
Very
in
big
their
relief.
So that one they are not paying back
No,
20K every month. We are not. And if
Guys,
so, it's a good idea. And if you have a kid that's not very brilliant enough, you can take
Remy,
the go to do technical school, and school fees is zero. They also give them 40-something thousand every monthly stipend. I don't understand what
Remy,
they.
Remy, please let me say this quickly before I forgot, please. Um, Somebody encouraged me, because it's not only on YouTube that we have to, we cannot limit our advocacy to one man show alone. So at Asuma Courage, I open my TikTok. I'm doing TikTok live in the evening. So you guys can come and join me and let's continue say what we need to say about presidency, about Asiwaju. So every single day I come out in the evening on my TikTok and say my say because I don't want to limit it just on one man show only. These people, the opposition, right? They are occupying the space on TikTok, on Facebook, on everything. So we too cannot keep quiet, right? You too can go up with your own and say your own say. You understand? So please, guys, if you are available in the evening anytime, just type Kenny Mighty on TikTok. Join me. Let's continue this conversation anytime, any day, please.
Okay.
So because I
I
believe
think
the presidency, they're not blowing the trumpets enough. So we that we love this current president, you understand? We have to help them to let people
do
know
you
what they're
know
doing right.
in the
Thank you.
communication sector, I don't know they are training a lot of youth like that on Microsoft certified program, and some
I'm
of them
telling you, I'm
and they
tired.
bring
There
them
are many,
practically
sir.
to work
I
in.
game you.
But nobody knew about this.
Some
That's the
youth are
problem.
just based in that country. They
So,
don't know that.
Remy, let me tell you, Nigerians, they like drama. I, I started watching NTA. Let me tell you, if you are watching NTA, you get more
Yeah,
information about
I
Nigeria
tell you,
than
sir.
watching
My father
all
did
Remy,
that.
they are
those
looking for
arise
negative news.
where
My father did
they
that to
used
me,
to
and
do
I'm grateful to
drama.
him.
Me too, I like
We-
NTA.
You know,
Most of these young
so
people,
if they
when
are
they
watching NTA and they stop watching all those arise, that will only increase their hypertension, that we could just make them more miserable. They will benefit a lot of things by starting watching NTA.
I now
Because on
see the
NTA, you
difference.
see government programs, things that can benefit you.
I now see
I
the
don't even know
Doctor,
what people are benefiting from watching all those
Achievers. I
arise,
now see the
apart
difference
from the
doctor,
between
drama.
achievers and non-achievers.
doctor,
Okay, go ahead. Go
Yes.
ahead.
doctor. My life have not remained the same from watching NTA, sir. If you know the number of people that I have helped to talk to, I have helped to reignite their passion for Nigeria and the need for them to invest in Nigeria. I look at myself sometimes. Even with myself,
There are,
just say, I don't even probably I don't even get this kind of money. But I've spoken to a lot of people that
close
have
to
took
me,
money to Nigeria. I'm
someone close to
telling
me.
you, sir,
There's someone
because
that's
of
very,
NTA.
very close. Charity. There's someone that's very close to me.
Nothing, sir.
One
Nothing,
person,
sir.
one person went to them and told them that they should key in into the 50,000 naira grant that the federal government is giving people. They reluctantly accepted and filled the form. And to God be the glory, he got 2 tranches. That is 100K. The federal government gives to a lot of people. So a lot of Nigerian people, any government program, it's like, it's the same. You won't get nothing. They will not key in. Those that key in into all of these programs, their life have changed, and they will continue to move up the ladder. But there's so many people that their life is about complaining and looking for sympathy and empathy. It's like government should just give us rice and beans. It's enough. Is it rice and beans we
Exactly.
are for the next 10 or 20 years? We are not thinking about.
Exactly.
I don't know why you might go where you buy. You don't force us to drink water or whatever.
Oh,
And make it
yeah. Kí n fi pamẹ́ sí lọ sódò. A lè fi pamẹ́ jẹ́ kó mú mi.
at least
Remy,
I remember my first job in life was I work in a CD shop where they come and rent CD that time. I went up the stairs to that place myself and I talked to the owner directly. And the guy liked me and gave me the job. And the next 2 or 3 days I started doing it. That was my first when I finished from the secondary school.
So you
And I was
were pirating our CDs, Abby?
Eh?
You said you were pirating CDs, Abby. What are you talking about?
On parade CD ńgbà yẹn ni.
Those days, someone started the man. Those days, yes.
No man CD rent by movie now. All those Indian movie.
Oh, mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó ń ṣe yẹn wà illegal. Ṣé o mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó ń ṣe yẹn wà illegal?
No, it's not illegal at that time. At that time, it's not illegal.
Oh, jẹ́ àwọn tó ń intellectual property àwọn èèyàn ni wọ́n lọ fi pawó.
Doctor. There is something tí mo really lónìí. Mo rí nǹkan kan, and I want to open our consciousness towards it. There's this guy that I normally follow on Facebook, and I saw one of the biggest hospitals in the UK, in London specifically. That is St. Thomas Hospital.
St. Thomas Hospital, yes.
And St. Thomas and Guide.
Westminster.
Beside River Thames, Westminster.
Yeah, beside River Thames. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Sir, let's be frank with ourselves. It took us around that hospital. Sir, you are in the health sector, sir. Do we not have bigger hospitals than that in Nigeria? More fine.
Do you know when that
structurally? I was angry this night. It was just this night.